Good afternoon. This is the April 21st, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council.
Madam Mayor, I was going to
yes.
say, if you're ready to go, I'll go ahead and start the broadcast.
Oh, I thought we did already.
Okay, I will right now. I was waiting. Are we good to go? I am starting the broadcast.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good.
Welcome to the April 21st, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. We are calling this meeting to order. Please go to our website, santabarbaraca.gov, to learn how to participate in our meeting. Our city clerk, Sarah Gorman, will give some instructions shortly, but we will start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Are we ready for that, staff? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ms. Clerk, can you give instructions to the public, please, about public participation? Thank you.
Absolutely. So for members of the public, if you wish to participate in today's meeting, you can log in using the GoToWebinar software to this meeting. That login information is available on the front page of the agenda for this City Council meeting. You will use the software, you will call in, and as we get to the item on the agenda that you wish to speak to, be it public comment, item 2, what have you, you will use the raise your hand functionality. You'll click on a little hand and then I will know, okay, we're at item 2. Do we have any public speakers? Perfect. People have raised their hand. You'll speak on that item. Each member of the public will have 3 minutes to speak. Please keep yourself muted until it's your time to talk. And when I do call your name, please turn off the sound on your television or however you are watching the meeting today.
Very good, Ms. Clerk. Will you take a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon. We'll come back to Councilmember Harmon. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Perfect. And Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thanks a lot. Mr. Casey, our city administrator, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
No, Madam Mayor.
No.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment. Ms. Clerk, I think you say people are wanting to participate in this item, which is matters that are not on our formal agenda. This is your opportunity to speak to the City Council. So go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
Very good. Members of the public, if you have called in to participate in the council meeting and this is the item you wish to speak on, public comment, please raise your hand. I do see a number of people have done so far, so I am going to call on each person. The people I have so far are Anna Marie Gott, Natalia Gavoni, and Teddy Kabugos. You will each have 3 minutes. Please turn down the TV, turn down the sound on your TV, unmute yourself. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Ms. Gott, you're first. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'd like to make a few points. One is about the meeting minutes of the ABR meeting that was held yesterday. I mentioned during the meeting that the minutes were not accurate, yet not one person decided that they should actually review the meeting minutes, which were completely and wholly inaccurate with regards to the project design approval and final approval of a project. As you all know, final approval means final. You are not supposed to actually approve something unless you have accurate drawings. The drawings were not only not accurate because of substantial requirements, not comments that were required for passage of this final approval, but they really cannot have even been put on the agenda because there were no design files that were actually required for some of the approval to actually occur. So you've got a real problem right now, not only with your staff, but which includes your secretary that cannot get accurate meeting minutes, even when there is a video of the meeting that she could go back to and actually refer to. But you have a problem with your ABR members who cannot even believe that, one, the minutes might not be correct, or that maybe their memory may not be correct because it happened a week ago. There just doesn't seem to be any due diligence. The other issue that I want to talk about actually has to do with the underpasses around Cacique and Milpas. You have homeless people that have set up brand new encampments. You have people that have strewn their things all across the sidewalk, and your residents are now walking in bike lanes in major thoroughfares, and in some cases pushing strollers and having young children ride in very heavy traffic. Someone's going to get killed. Someone is going to get maimed, and it's going to be your inaction that has never actually implemented a sit-lie ordinance under those bridges. We need that now, not just for the safety of the public who have to get out into the middle of the street to walk because of social distancing and all of the crap that is actually piled up on the sidewalk and the harassment that they sometimes get from the homeless, but also because the homeless need to be moved to a different location for their own safety. And they need to be put in one of your parking lots. I don't care where you put them, but they all need to be rounded up and provided with a safe place to stay.
Thanks,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Scott. Your time is up. Okay. Ms. Clerk, another speaker?
Our next speaker is Natalia Gavani. Ms. Gavani, I am going to mute you. Please, I'm sorry, Ms. Gavani, I'm going to unmute you. Please turn on your TV, and you have 3 minutes. Ms. Gavani, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. As a very concerned business owner in the East Side District, I would like to know, excuse me, and understand the reasons why the vape shop and all the liquor stores are being allowed to operate during this pandemic. How are they even considered essential? These liquor store owners are not emphasizing the importance of social distancing to the customers who enter their establishments. In addition, these same owners are continuing to sell alcohol to the vagrants who have now found a new home under the Cacique Bridge. I understand that the city has decided not to currently move them because of the fear of spreading the virus to other parts of the city. So, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, why did you not have a course of action outlined as vagrants were beginning to congregate there before the coronavirus outbreak? Your lack of preparation, experience, and competence has clearly put our district in further jeopardy, which could have all been avoided if you had possibly considered other options, such as renting a large tent and placing it on one of the many school or community vacant lots where the homeless could have temporarily resided during this time. As someone who has repeatedly said that she cares about the East Side, you certainly have a funny way of showing it. I know of several residents who have written you about their concerns via email and no response. I personally wrote you via email about my concerns last Thursday and have yet to receive a response from you. You wanted this job, and now you have it. So step up. And if you are having difficulty in doing that, I would highly suggest reaching out to your fairy godmother, Mayor Murillo. After all, she waved her magical wand to guarantee that you were elected as our new East Side Council member. Thank you.
We'll go to the next speaker, please.
Madam Mayor and Council, our next speaker is Teddy Kabugos. Mr. Kabugos, you have 3 minutes. I don't see that you have not entered your PIN. So we'll please do so. We'll go to the next speaker here, who is Kimmy Van Dyke. Ms. Van Dyke, I will unmute you. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead. Go ahead. This is Kimmy Van Dyke. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kimmy Van Dyke, and I am an executive committee member of 5G Free Santa Barbara. We would like the Municipal Corporation of Santa Barbara to halt all processing of small cell facility, 4G and 5G applications, and any new wireless telecommunications facilities known as WTFs in our city. Your hands are not tied. As per the 90-day pause vote that was passed by City Council on March 3rd, 2020, to not sign the 20-year licensing agreement with Verizon Wireless to install small cell infrastructure on our city public right-of-way streetlights near our residents and businesses, we have been compiling all the most protective aspects from other cities for a newly revised ordinance. This includes looking closely at insurance coverage, 911 gaps in service, vertical height, offsets from the pole, effective radiated power, emergency contingency plans, measuring and metering, maps, NEPA reviews, and many other things. We are looking forward to collaborating with our ordinance chair, Council Member Oscar Gutierrez, Council Member Kristen Sneddon, everyone at the Public Works Department, and all legal counsel available to join hands to make the best and safest telecommunications ordinance to date in our country. Santa Barbara can be that leader and take charge to innovate a safe, technologically advanced city for our children and future generations to come. I would like to personally invite the mayor, all city council members and staff, parents, teachers, school administrators, doctors, lawyers, health professionals, realtors, engineers, scientists, everyone for a noon Zoom lunch and learn tomorrow, Wednesday, April 22nd from 12 to 1 p.m. for thriving safely in the age of wireless technology. This presentation is by Cecilia Doucette, a wonderful technology safety educator and mom based out of Massachusetts. Topics will include what the science says, what the fine print says, as well as an overview of the biological harms and psychological risks from excessive screen time and why we don't hear much about this in the mainstream media. Please visit our website, 5gfreesantabarbara.org, for the most recent blog post that has a link to register for this Zoom meeting. And you can submit any questions you might have and connect with other links to do more research and to see CC's work. We also have a YouTube channel, 5G Free Santa Barbara, with all kinds of documentaries and links on what to do and how you can just get up to speed on this very important topic. We really appreciate all of you, and we look forward to collaborating on the best ordinance ever. Have a beautiful afternoon.
Very good. We'll go to the next speaker, Ms. Clark.
This is the last call for anyone that wishes to speak in general public comment. I don't see other hands raised. Mr. Bertie, I know we're waiting for him to enter his PIN. Mr. Bertie, if you are on and you can enter #86#, if this is the item you wish to speak on, general public comment, there are various future items that will be discussed too. Maybe that's what you're looking to call on. Madam, I'm sorry, we now have one additional person who has raised their hand on this item.
4501874.
And Sylvester Gam is our next speaker. Mr. Gam, I will unmute you. Please turn off your TV volume and go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Sylvester Gam, you may unmute yourself and you can go ahead. Sylvester Gam? Okay, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I wanted to
bring up the issue of some of the recreation in town here, and specifically the golf courses that are still shut down. And I wanted to bring up that the counties to the south and north of us have opened up their golf courses for people to go and play, with certain restrictions being done to keep everyone safe, such as not having the flag sticks and et cetera, et cetera. And I think that opening up the golf courses here in town would also not entice so many residents to want to travel to the north and south counties to go play, because I'm pretty involved in the golfing community and I notice a lot of people are doing that. And so I think it'd be safer if the golfing community would stay in town with the golf courses being open, along with the certain procedures that are being practiced to keep social distancing in place so that everyone can enjoy the game still, and basically not have the residents wanting to travel outside of the community like Lompoc or even the north and south counties like Santa Maria, and even all the way up to Monterey County and Ventura County, which have opened up their golf courses to their community. So I just wanted to propose that maybe we think about opening them up here and keeping everyone safe as we do it. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, is there someone else, Ms. Clerk, do you think?
Let's see. Katie Mickey is the last person with a raised hand. Has Ms. Mickey spoken yet? I don't believe so. No. Okay, Ms. Mickey, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Dear City Council, I am here today as a representative of 5G Free Santa Barbara and as a local business owner on Quarantina Street. At one time, the indigenous Chumash were quarantined by the Spaniards on Quarantina during pandemic virus outbreak. Now the citizens of our entire state are subject to our governor's directive to shelter in place and stop all non-essential business due to the current virus pandemic. Therefore, 5G Free Santa Barbara requested on April 7th during public comment a moratorium be placed on further installation of wireless antennas as non-essential business distinct from essential maintenance of existing infrastructure. We were denied on the basis that the federal government requires all moratoriums during the time of the pandemic to be tied to the impact of the quarantine, and that the telecoms have not accelerated their installation of wireless infrastructure at this time. We assert that the quarantine has a direct impact because there are physical telecom application files that are not digitized, that we need to review to assure their legal compliance, which we are unable to access during quarantine. We object to any more projects regarding small cell wireless facilities that are non-essential. Any new installations are considered non-essential. We assert that no installation of wireless antennas can be considered safe until we have implemented our protective ordinance that establishes standards for safety based on current scientific understanding. Santa Barbara's current wireless ordinance from 2016 is outdated, and until we update it with the protective ordinance parameters on spatial distance, height, safe and effective radiative power that we at 5G Free Santa Barbara are drafting during our 90-day pause, we have no assurance that any further wireless installations are safe for the citizens of Santa Barbara. Please understand that we are in good company in our call for a moratorium. 230 scientists and doctors from 41 countries have written to the United Nations and the World Health Organization expressing their objection over the rollout of 5G. 5G technology has not been tested for safety. There are no industry studies that demonstrate that it is safe. It is well established that RFR is already unsafe for biology, health, and the environment, and it is our commitment to help you grasp the magnitude of the impact with its overlaying and ever-increasing radiation levels. Please understand that there are also leaders within the technology sector, such as Frank Clegg, the former CEO of Microsoft Canada and co-founder of Canadians for Safe Technology, that are asserting this technology is unsafe. The guidelines that FCC established are 20 years out of date, based on small, short-term exposure.
Thank you, Ms. Nikki. Your time is up. We appreciate your comments, and we'll go to the next speaker if there's one. Ms. Gorman?
Yes, we have two more speakers, Lynn Goebel and Will Borgers. Lynn Goebel, please go ahead. Yeah, unmute yourself and speak. We'll pause on Ms. Goebel. We'll come back to Ms. Goebel. Next, we have Will Borgers. Mr. Borgers, you have 3 minutes. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hello, City Council and Madam Mayor. I spoke at the last meeting regarding reopening golf courses, and I just wanted to reiterate in this forum. I know there was another caller, and just wanted to ask your commitment to reviewing best practices and the potential to reopening golf courses as soon as possible within the city and the South County. So thank you so much for your time.
Very good. And our final speaker, did you get Ms. Goebel?
Ms. Goebel, go ahead. It is your turn. Please go ahead. I think we'll pause on Ms. Goebel. We do have one more public comment. Here we have Jason Koski. Jason Koski, please go ahead. Mr. Koski, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Okay, sorry, it took a minute for me to get unmuted. I'm on. Hi, I just wanted to make a quick comment on regards to opening the harbor. There's a number of local people here that still rely on recreational fishing, even as a source or a supplement to food. And I know that a lot of people currently, during this economic kind of crisis that we're dealing with and the pandemic, don't have as much income coming in. So even something as simple as just opening up the harbor and allowing people to take their boats out to go get, fish to supplement a meal is a really big deal. This is something that really brings a lot of prosperity to our local economy, and it's a big part of what we Santa Barbara people really enjoy doing. So I would just encourage you guys to reconsider the harbor. I feel like being out on a boat alone in the middle of the ocean is probably the best way to social distance, and I hope that you guys can reconsider and lift that lift the barrier on the harbor, please. That is all.
Very good. Ms. Gorman?
Yes, we have two more speakers. Mr. Birdie has indicated that he would like to speak on this item. Richard Birdie, you are unmuted. I think you can go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Perfect.
Well, good morning or good afternoon. I have just a couple of questions. I understand you're going to review the committee for downtown. You called it BAT.
Mr. Birdie, that's an item for later in the agenda. So
do I call back then?
Please do.
Can I get in then?
Yes, you can. We'd really appreciate hearing from you during that item.
Okay,
So
fine. How do I do that?
Same way that you called in at this opportunity. Ms. Clerk, will you let him know?
Back. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Birdie, I'll call on you on that item. You can essentially
stay on
and I'll call on you. You just stay on the same way you are now. I'll go ahead and mute you, and then I'll call on you again through the app when it's that item. Thank you. Madam Mayor and Council, one last person, Lynn Goebel. We'll try her one more time. Ms. Goebel, you are unmuted. Go ahead.
That work?
We can. You're very quiet, but we can just barely hear you.
How about I shout? Is that better? Does that work?
Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
I just wanted to unload a bit of vitriol and be combative and personally attack you all. Oh, wait. No, I don't. Just wanted to thank you all for opening yourself up to this manner of communication. Thank you for the job you do. I have a book called Say Please, Say Thank You, The Respect We Owe One Another. So please take care of yourselves and thank you for the job that you do. that you signed up for that so many of us just didn't have the guts to. It's great to see your smiling face, Ms. Murillo, and the other members of council. So take good care of this crisis and keep doing what you're doing and the best you can in these times. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Goebel. So, Ms. Clerk, anybody else signed up or raised their hand?
We now have Teddy Kabugos has raised his hand for this item. So Mr. Kabugos, please go ahead. Mr. Kabugos, go ahead. There you go.
Hi. Yeah, I didn't know if now was the right time, but I just wanted to address something about the economy and bringing tax revenue at a quicker rate than it's been going. So is now the time to address that?
We are discussing the economy pretty soon. It's
Can I just hold and wait and just have my hand raised to discuss then?
Yes, that's more appropriate. Please wait.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that's all the public commenters for public comment.
We'll close public comment and go to our consent calendar. Do you have items to read?
Madam Mayor and Council, there are no items to read on the consent calendar.
If no one has any further objection, we'll waive further reading unless someone, Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
I'll just move the consent calendar.
Very good. Is there a second from one of our colleagues?
Second.
Any other discussion? If not, we'll take a roll call vote. And for the public, that's what we do when we're holding a meeting by remote. We need to do a roll call vote. Thanks.
This is a vote on the entire consent calendar. Motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. And we'll move on to our next item, which is number 3. Ms. Clerk, will you read that into the record, please?
Yes, item 3, fiscal year 2021 recommended operating and capital budget.
Mr. Casey is here with me in chambers. We're social distancing, and Mr. Casey, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Good afternoon. So it is the annual time for us to present our budget, and I want to kick off the conversation by saying these are unprecedented times for trying to budget in municipal and any form of government. The coronavirus and the shutdown of the economy, the stay-at-home orders has hit our revenues very hard, while at the same time we are providing essential services and continue to respond to the crisis and be there for the community. So that juggling act is a challenge, and we're in the middle of it. So today I want to give you an overview of what we're looking at, and Interim Finance Director Jennifer Tomaszewski will join me and talk specifically about some of our revenue assumptions. I do want to preface that we are using the best information that we have today and using the best forecasting that we can as of today. And those two things are extremely difficult. We get our revenue information slowly, except for bed tax. It's just the way we get processed on sales tax and other items. And most of us don't know exactly what the future is going to hold. When does the stay-at-home order get eased? And how do we move forward? How long does it take for the economy to come back? So we've got some serious challenges coming forward. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So we'll give you a budget overview today. We'll give you a general fund recap and outlook going forward. We will talk about enterprise funds briefly as well. I want to confirm my guidance to staff and make sure it meets your needs about what some of the major work efforts we have that we still want to proceed with. And then we'll briefly go over the budget review calendar because we will have a series of hearings throughout the month of May and into June. And that will be when we finalize the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. I will also just caution that usually we adopt a budget and we kind of ride that through a fiscal year. I think with such uncertainty, we're going to have to manage this budget throughout the fiscal year with regular analysis of revenues and expenditures and updates and make adjustments as we go along. Next slide, please. So pursuant to the city charter, the city administrator is required to submit a balanced budget no later than 60 days prior to July 1st. As I just mentioned, May and June is then spent with council and public review of our budget. This is the second year of a 2-year financial plan, which generally would mean we wouldn't be making many adjustments in the second year of a financial plan. As I've mentioned, we will be making substantial adjustments to address to the revenue shortfall from this coronavirus. And the budget impacts will be significant. So prior to this, we were excited to present you with a balanced budget that had a number of initiatives that you had directed and some organizational changes that I wanted to propose. And we're actually quite excited about presenting you to that budget. It takes about 6 months of staff time to put a budget together. And I want to thank the finance staff and all the budget liaisons for putting together a budget that unfortunately is dead on arrival. And so we're going to have to make adjustments immediately. But the status of where we were heading into this coronavirus pandemic was good. We had balanced budgets. We were going in with most of our reserves across most funds being fully funded. So we had shown good fiscal stewardship to position ourselves with reserves going into this economic situation. Typically in most funds, the use of reserves are for capital and one-time costs only. From a general fund budget, which is the budget that most people are familiar with because it pays for services like police and fire and libraries and parks and recreation. We have 2 sets of policy reserves, which we'll talk about in a little more detail in a second, but they're contingency reserves and disaster reserves. And they exist for unanticipated emergencies. They exist to allow the city operations to weather a disaster and to take the time to readjust the organization to where it needs to be, while concurrently being able to respond to the disaster, which is usually what the city kicks into and which we're kicking into here as well. So we're thankful that we had those reserve policies, and we're likely going to have to tap into them at this point, which is why they're there. As I mentioned before, the impacts are going to be substantial on both the remainder of this fiscal year and also next fiscal year. Next slide, please. So just focusing on the general fund, like I said, it was balanced, but we are now going to have to adjust with the revenue changes and rebalance the budget. We're going to have to look at several balancing measures to do that. I will talk about those after Ms. Tomaszewski is done with her presentation of the revenue outlook. And like I said, we'll have departments bring to you some recommendations on adjustments that they feel they will need to make in the upcoming weeks and months. Again, unknown impacts, but we're going to present the analysis now. Substantial impacts on our sales tax with our brick and mortar retail economy shut down. Same thing on the bed tax, just a devastating impact to our hotel and tourism economy, and that has an impact on our budget. Lesser known, our departmental revenues are down quite a bit. So these are revenues from recreation programming, from leasing of city facilities. And when you add those up, they add up to be substantial numbers. And so we are getting hit across the board on any number of revenue standpoints. We are planning that this is going to throw the economy into a recession. On the next item, we have Dr. Peter Rupert, who's going to talk about the impacts to the economy. And I don't think anyone sees a quick, full throttle recovery coming out of this, especially with some social distancing requirements still in place as we feather our way out of the restrictions. On top of that, we've talked about it before, but we continue to have this headwind of having to pay down our future pension costs. And we were on track to have continual increases every year through the year 2025. With the reduction in returns from the stock market, we would expect that CalPERS we'll likely have to increase those costs to local governments to continue to pay those liabilities for us. So that will be a challenge. And that's just a challenge because when our revenues decline, the cost to pay our pension obligations keep going forward. So that is just a consistent headwind. I've had a few questions about opportunities for increased tax revenues. We are seeing an increase in the collection of the online sales. Ms. Tomaszewski will talk about that a little bit more, but there was a U.S. Supreme Court decision that allowed states to collect online sale tax revenue just in the last couple of years. And that is helping us to not have the drop in sales tax be as dramatic as it otherwise would be. It's still being hit hard, but that is just one small glimmer of good news. And then there's just been some media reports that we're going to be able to balance this budget on cannabis revenues and everything's good. Ms. Tomaszewski will go into that as well. It's not, it's good. We are seeing an increase in people buying from our retail dispensaries and that sort of stuff. And so we are getting the benefit of that, but it's a relatively modest revenue from the overall general fund standpoint. So we're not going to turn it away, but it's not a panacea to get us through the fiscal crisis. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Interim Finance Director Tomaszewski. She's got a couple slides that she's just going to walk you through detail-wise to give you a picture of the revenue shortfall and then how it will impact us from a budget standpoint and give you kind of what our target numbers that we're looking at.
Ms. Tomaszewski, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Casey. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. I am Jennifer Tomaszewski, the Interim Finance Director. And as Mr. Casey stated, I'm going to be going through some of the details with you as far as numbers. And in putting the presentation together today, I thought it important before we get right into the impacts of COVID to step back and say, well, what were we looking at based on the first 9 months of the year, or eight to 9 months, and because this is part of the picture as well. So this is a snapshot of what we were preparing for that status quo budget. The main takeaway here is that prior to the COVID-19 crisis, we were actually forecasting a surplus of revenues about 1.8 million. I will go through these a little bit more detail on the next slide. And also next week, I will be presenting the non-departmental revenues with Finance Committee in much more granular detail. So I'm gonna skip over, I'm going to blow through these a little bit quicker, but feel free to jump in if you have any questions. I will point out that on these slides, on this slide and the next slide, we see Measure C on here, and then we're pulling it back out. Just want to remind Council that Measure C is included as a general revenue, although we also back it back out because there's not necessarily an impact to the general fund. And that if we receive more general fund or more Measure C revenues, then we transfer those out to the Measure C fund, and vice versa if they come in less. Just wanted to highlight that the reason that they're coming in higher in that variance column is because we budgeted much lower in the adopted budget column. So because Measure C is still fairly new, we've been conservative in our budgeting of that new revenue source. And actually what we're seeing is Measure C is coming in a little bit higher. For the most part, it functions very similar to sales tax, but there are some nuances between your regular sales tax and a transaction and use tax. And some of that has to do with online sales. But again, and then Mr. Casey also mentioned that departments are not coming in, that they're coming in lower than budget. And if you look on this slide, you'll see that they're actually a little bit higher, but that's a little deceiving because we've lumped everything in there, and there is a $5 million reimbursement from Edison for the Thomas fire. So if you pull that out, that's where you're going to see those deficits on the department revenues. So again, looking at this slide, the main takeaways is even though department revenues are coming in below budget, lower than we've anticipated, most of our other taxes are coming in pretty close. You'll see cannabis is coming in higher than we had forecasted. And we're looking at a little bit more going into next year. Right now, we have 2 of our recreational dispensaries operating, and a 3rd coming online next year, and then also some of the manufacturing and distribution. But it's still really unknown, and we don't know when we're going to hit that saturation point and how much those distribution and manufacturing revenues are going to be. So still big unknowns. There may be some room in there for growth, but because it's such an unknown, we've kept that fairly conservative. But we do see an average of a very moderate 2% growth. So before we go into the next slide, I just want to say where we see the forecast of about 140 million for this year and 143 for next year, you'll see both of those numbers now on this next slide as we go into the pre-COVID versus post-COVID. So if we could switch to the next slide. So this is the preliminary numbers that we've been looking at. What is the impact right now? What is our best guess at what we're seeing as a result of these lost revenues? And so in that first column, you see there's that 140 million kind of pre-COVID forecast, and the impact being about a $12.3 million deficit. And I'll go through, I'm going to spend a little bit more time on this slide because there's a lot of moving parts that go into this. And then also in 21, we see about a $9.7 million deficit. So those are the 2 important numbers to be looking at, but I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about how each of the revenues, how they are all impacted a little bit differently, and then there's some timing differences to how they're impacted and some magnitude differences. And then I want to talk a little bit about deferred revenues versus lost revenues. So you may have been hearing a lot in the news and from the governor's office that there is a deferral program on sales tax in kind of a twofold program to help businesses. And one of them is a 90-day deferral for what they refer to as small businesses, and then also are under $1 million of tax each year. And then a subset of those as well for certain businesses that have gross receipts up to 5 million a year, that there's a 12-month option to defer. We're not looking at that here. This is strictly revenue losses. And so I want to talk about sales tax and Measure C together because they're both run through the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, and they do operate so similarly. We do work with our consultants. We have consultants that helped us come up with these numbers. And just to step back and talk about the different categories of sales tax. Being a tourism destination, sales tax and Measure C, when we look at the various categories that our jurisdiction, being the city of Santa Barbara, rely on, the three largest sources of revenues are going to be our restaurants, our general retail, and transportation is, well, the car sales. Those are our 3 biggest sources of sales tax revenues. There are other categories. So for example, construction, business to business, online, we have our county pool, certain sales that happen, are generated outside of the state. They go through the county pool, and they all operate a little bit differently. And then when you're looking at them in relation to the shutdown, they operate even more so. Like there's going to be different, we're going to see different outcomes in each of those categories. And even after the shutdown is over and businesses start opening back up. And I would just like to also say that we do get monthly sales tax payments from the state, and then we have a quarterly true up from them. But as far as the timing of sales taxes, there's really a delay when you think about a business collecting sales tax, and then at the end of their period, whether that's a monthly period or a quarterly period, then they have the end of the following month to report those sales to the state, and then the state, the CDTFA, takes time to process those returns. So we're looking at like a 2 to 3 month delay by the time we actually get the revenues. So for example, March, we're really not going to know what's happening with those until even realistically May, and towards the end of May when we get those true up payments from the CDTFA. So right now we're really working off of assumptions. And so we look at those assumptions in different different categories. So for right now, for 2020, our assumptions are, well, what if we're in the shutdown until the end of June? And then going into July and next year, over the next 12 months, kind of a slow reopening of those different categories. And that's where the consultants really help us to look at what those various categories of sales are doing. And they even reached out to, I believe, the top 50 of our sellers that our top 50 revenue generating sellers, which are very diverse over those different categories, to find out what they're doing. So talking to them to find out who's open, who's still operating, or on what scale are they operating. And so this is based on those assumptions, based on those categories, looking at the various scenarios of reopening, and then assuming that, again, as Mr. Casey stated, that there is going to be some kind of a recession. We've even heard talk of depression, but a typical recession, you're looking at a 4 to 8% decline in revenues. And this is just much bigger scale. So for example, restaurants, we've been in our assumptions building in 65 to 70% decline, which is just unheard of up until this point. So as you can see, these give me a lot of heartburn at night, and it's really difficult to come up with these numbers, but we do feel like this is the best we can do at this point in time based on the information we know, knowing that this is fluid, and if the shutdown opens sooner, we're going to see, we're going to have to revisit these. And this is going to be an ongoing review that we're going to be doing in the weeks and months to come. So if you don't have any questions, I'm going to move on to property tax. Property tax is a different beast. Sales tax, I see somebody popping up. Do you have a question?
I was just going to ask if anybody had any questions. I'll throw one in. There's a category of other taxes. Can you describe what those other taxes are?
I was going to get to those, but it's no problem. I can go ahead and do that now. So for the visuals for this report, we were really trying to show the big three, being sales tax, property tax, and the bed tax, TOT. And we put cannabis up there just because we have heard so much in the media about, how some jurisdictions that's going to be the saving grace, but just to put a little bit of context to what it means to our city. And then we've lumped everything else in other taxes. So we've got our franchise fees, our utility users tax, business licenses, and property transfer tax. And I will be talking about those. I can talk about those now if you like.
Oh, no, we'll wait. But Mr. Jordan might have a question. Okay. Do you, sir?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question on the line on, this is like the wrong guy to be asking a specific dollar question to the wrong person. But I'm assuming, looking at the sales tax lines, that you're looking at a sales tax reduction mainly in April, May, and June for this year, and then 3 months of the first 3 months of the next year. Does that sound right?
Not quite. We're looking at the 12 months of next year being a slow phasing back in to a normal recession scenario. So whereas restaurants, we don't anticipate that, they're going to open the shutdown and it's going to go back to business as usual. We're assuming that people are still going to be fearful of going out into the public, and maybe some businesses aren't going to open right away. That there's going to be more of a progression. But so for those first few months, those first 3 months, we have kind of something in between what a recession would look like and what we're dealing with now. And then the last 9 months being more of a regular, what we look at as a recession.
So just my question is kind of the difference between the expected sales tax loss in 20 versus the 21 budget expected losses, and how that compares to what you're projecting for the expected TOT losses in 20 versus the July, August, and September, or a longer period. It just, to me, it just looks like the expected loss in 21 is less than it could be or would be, I guess.
Well, as far as comparing sales tax and TOT?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe this is just more of a budget question to start ask when you get into it. I'm just wondering it just seems like the same would hold in the fiscal year 21 budget for TOT, that there would be a very, very soft recovery for that. But I don't know. It just seems like that number is low compared to the loss at the tail end of 21. And I get that there's some overlap there in summer months and not summer months, but maybe that's a question really just ask in budget workshops. I see the mayor nodding, so let me just hold that question and let you go on.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Tomaszewski.
I guess the only thing I would add to that is that for sales tax, we did work with the consultant, and maybe it's a coincidence that they're both rounded to 3 million in the slow phase in of sales tax being a little bit bigger number to start with. Whereas TOT, we also have a slow phasing in. I think, and maybe I'll just jump down to TOT right now and then come back to property tax. So we do think that TOT is going to be the most immediately impacted and the largest impacted. We've already seen, there's no other agencies between us and the hotel operators, whereas with the sales tax, it has to go through the CDTFA. With TOT, at the end of the month, the operators have to report to the city within 10 days. And even though we've got some of the deferral options out there, which I will say of approximately 65, 66 operators, over 2/3 of them have opted into that deferral program to defer the TOT revenue submittals until July. To put a point of reference there, when we had the Great Recession, we offered that to operators as well, and we had less than 15, I think, that actually took part in that. We're seeing 3 times that now. And I will say that for the TOT revenues, we thought we were being fairly conservative, thinking that we were going to see about an 80% reduction in revenues in March, April, May, and June. March has already come in, and we even had a good week and a half of revenues in the beginning of March, and it resulted in about 60% revenue decline. We're expecting that to be much bigger in April and May. And, the further out we get, the more unknown that becomes. But again, in 21, we're also looking at a slow phase in. And I just want to step back one moment and say it's not just occupancy rates, it's also the average daily room rate is also down. So we have to look at both of those. And so with 21, we're also building in a slow phase in based on those revenues as well. That the first couple months, maybe we're back up to 50% and then 30%, 15%, and then to where in a typical recession, we'd see about a 5% decline in revenues. So that is how we calculated the TOT expected losses.
Thanks so much. I think I can hold those till budget workshop. I'm sorry to get down in the weeds.
I live in those weeds. It's hard to step back and try to give you too much and not too much. So tell me if I'm going too far in the weeds too. Property tax is a little bit, as I was saying, it operates different. Typically, property tax is a little insulated from the impacts, the immediate impacts of the COVID crisis. In property taxes, they're set in January each year by the county assessor's office, and then that defines the payments for April and December each year. And we wouldn't, and so those have already been set. And even though you hear in the news that many counties are offering to waive delinquent payments, delinquent charges for late payments and property taxes, that doesn't really affect us at the city because we're part of what they refer to as the TEETR program. So that means that we're guaranteed whatever the county assessor assesses our portion of property taxes on their annual payroll, we get that regardless. So it's a little bit more locked in for the city, for cities that are in the TEETR program. I think like the LA County, they're not, I don't believe that the cities in LA are in the TEETR program, but we here in Santa Barbara are. And so how that works is it's really just a cash flow issue. So they're collecting those delinquent payments and then they keep the principal or the penalties and interest on those. So it's a little bit more stable for us in forecasting what our revenues are going to be. So then you're probably asking, well, why do you see expected losses there? And a portion of that, what we do see, so we aren't expecting a lot in our secured and unsecured property tax, which is the majority of the revenues that we receive. But when properties sell, or there's supplemental tax, and we are forecasting that there would be slowdown in the real estate market, and that would in turn impact those supplemental revenues. And then for 21, when we're forecasting on the last few years, we've seen about a 5 to 6% growth each year. And some of that is built into those real estate and the natural increases in property tax from the sales. But then back in 2008, we were also there was also the impacts from Prop 8, where property values were reduced. And then over time, the county assessor has been building those back up in a very conservative way. So that's been incremental over the last few years. But we're expecting that we're not going to have that growth this year. So we're not necessarily pulling back property tax so much as we're assuming that there will be less growth. And that's where you see that 2.1 million. And then also the impacts of a reduction in supplemental as well.
Mr. Friedman has a question.
Just to follow up on that. So if there was, say, over the coming months, a decline in property value statewide, they would get reassessed. So we wouldn't see the impacts in it until the fiscal year 22 budget.
Yeah. So if there is going to be an impact, and we do see a recession in the future, where we would see that would be likely in fiscal year 2022.
And do we have any data right now on any devaluations in property, or is that still too soon to tell?
I would say it's too soon to tell, and I do have a phone call into the county to try to get a little bit more information. I have not been able to connect with them just yet, but at this time, based on, and you know, one of the things that we in finance are dialed into are the professional organizations, the California League of Cities, the CSMFO. And they are dialed in, and what I hear is that the soonest would be 2022 if that were to happen.
Thank you.
So next, I would just quickly go through cannabis. I kind of already talked about that, but this is just to visually show we aren't ratcheting back the revenues for cannabis. We hear that it's coming in stronger. So far, we're seeing that it's coming in about what it's been. But again, in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to be a big change to our revenue forecasts. And then our other revenues, or other taxes, I'm sorry, that's where we're looking at franchise fees, utility users tax, business licenses. I'll only quickly say that business licenses revenue alone is about $2 million, so it's not a big revenue generator to the city. We don't expect a big impact in 20, and part of that is because the business tax is calculated based on the prior year gross receipts. So we expect that there will be some impact in 21, but we just haven't been able to really dig into that, what that would look like at this point. And then the other item I just wanted to quickly touch on is the utility users tax. And again, that's another big unknown for us. Even our consultants don't really want to forecast what they think's happening there. There's a lot of utility, there's a lot of subsectors that are subsections in that utility users tax. So telephone and cable, there might be an increase with more people working from home. We're seeing a shift from commercial to residential as more people are, you know, or as businesses shut down and other, you know, a lot of people working from home. But historically, commercial is a bigger revenue generator. So we've got to assume there's going to be some hit to our revenues. It's just a big unknown at this point. So we haven't really been able to dig into that one too much. And then as Mr. Casey talked about department impacts, we know there are some. We're really going to defer to the departments to speak on their own revenues, but we know parking citations is going to be hit. We know that the library closures are going to have an impact with permits, and you know, we know land development, public works, community development. We know there are going to be impacts. These are cursory numbers that we pulled from the departments a few weeks ago, and again, it's fluid and it's a moving target. And aside from that, I will defer to the departments to speak in their own when the budget hearings, as the budget hearings roll out, there'll be much more information coming out on those. So again, take away from this slide, the two numbers, as we move on in this presentation, that I would be referring back to is that 12.3 million and that 9.7 million next year. And those equate to about 9% cut in 2020 and about a 7% cut in 21. So if we could go to the next slide. This is just a little summary to say, aside from those revenue losses, we were also, you know, looking at about a $1.8 million surplus. We know that we had some salary savings. So, you know, in finance, we don't like to just give one number. We want to put a range out there. It's going to be somewhere in there. Hopefully, you know, that range could change too. I have to put that caveat out there. But we're looking at about an 8.5 to 12.5 million deficit, and that's just for 2020. On our, you know, if we had to lock into a range right now, that's our best guess at this point in time. So now, lastly, I do want to talk about, well, if we were to do nothing, what would that mean to our reserves? You know, we do have to look at that in the context of, you know, in our future planning, and, you know, if we're dipping into those reserves, what would that look like? I have to say that isn't our solution. We're not advocating that. We're not recommending that that's what we would do. But if we could go to the next slide, I do want to give kind of a point of reference to say, well, here's our reserves right now. Again, we are not recommending this, but you see that in the middle, you'll see that the negative 12.3 and the 9.7 again. We'll just start at the top. You know, we do, as the city, have our reserve policy. Our policy reserves are comprised of disaster 15% and contingency 10%, and those are of our operating budgets. And so for the general, and so what that is about 3 months of working capital. We know that we ended last year with a $1.5 million deficit. So that puts us at a starting point of about 33.3 million. So again, if we were to do nothing, what would that mean at the end of next year? And what we'd see is about $11.2 million. And I have one more slide that gives a better visual of our reserves. And you may have seen this slide before. So the blue bars being a comparison of our reserves back to 2008. And you see in 2008, there was about a $10 million gap during the Great Recession, that red line being our policy reserves. And in 2015 and 16, we got really close and we closed that gap. And then you're starting to see the impacts of those unfunded liabilities in PERS, and then there was some timing differences with some of that sales tax revenues, and then again, if we were to do nothing, and I sound like a broken record because we don't intend to do nothing. So with this is where I will then hand it off to Mr. Casey to talk about some of those approaches to where, you know, to addressing those budget gaps. But before I do, maybe there's some questions.
Mr. Friedman.
Oh, I think you're
just
muted.
noticing on the bottom of the slide, it says there's a asterisk that says does not include 8 million loan from general fund reserves.
Yeah.
How do
Yeah.
those impact the reserves right now too?
Well, I put that on there because that's really a city, we could pay that back today if we needed. It's really just moving the cash back to the general fund. So this was a prior decision made to loan 8 million to the Measure C. It's comprised of two loans, 3 million to the airport, 5 million to the Measure C fund for timing for the Cabrillo Arts Pavilion. We could pull that money back now, but it's important to just note that is a prior action that was taken. But as far as for purposes of looking at it this way, we could pay it back. So it's just moving the cash. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. So it can be paid back to the,
yes,
if we need it to.
Yes.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm not sure I understand the phrase does not include. So the almost $30 million on the blue line right now is really only 22.
If we were to not pay that back, that is correct.
It's not sitting in the reserve fund right now. It's
Correct.
missing that 8 million. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't think so. So Mr. Casey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. So that's kind of the sobering financial aspect of where we're at as of now. And again, we are going to monitor this closely and adjust higher or lower based upon the actual data that we get in from our revenues as we proceed. So wanted to talk a little bit about how we're going to try to address those impacts. And we've got two different moving parts. You know, what we have is we have the end of this fiscal year and the next fiscal year. So we kind of bought those out into two different chunks, but when you combine them together, before you take out the Measure C, it's close to $30 million that we're going to be short on revenue. So that is a substantial number. Once you factor out Measure C, because it's pretty easy to toggle the loss of Measure C revenue with just doing some less capital maintenance, the general fund impacts are that $12 and $9 billion numbers that Ms. Tomaszewski talked about. So for the rest of this fiscal year, which we're in the middle of right now, we are holding all vacant positions open except for those most critical that need to be filled. We are deferring capital expenditures on any capital projects that can be delayed for a while just to preserve that cash. We are slowing down all non-essential spending on a very tight leash in that regard. And we are going to have to use some reserves to balance at the end of this fiscal year. We're still waiting to see if there's any state or federal relief. There is none at this point. I am not banking on it. We are certainly, local governments are part of the conversation in Washington, D.C. That was one of the holdups of this last package that just appears to have an agreement on today. And that agreement does not include any relief for local governments or state governments. There is the promise of maybe the next package addressing that. I'm not holding my breath. I think the prudent thing for us to do is to assume that that's not happening. So that means we are going to do as much expenditure savings, putting a hard stop on things right now through the remainder of the fiscal year, and have reserves kind of balance the rest. Next slide, please. Then we're going to spend the next 2 months talking to you all, department by department, with presentations about how to address the remaining gap. And there's just a number of levers that we can use to come up with a package of approaches that gives us a balanced budget going forward. Continue to hold any vacant positions that either come open or are open, except for those that are most critical that need to go forward. For instance, in public safety, I have no intention of holding back police officer vacancies. We continue to struggle with recruitment and trying to get up to full staffing, and so I do not want to halt our efforts there. And there might be some other occasional positions that are just critical to keep the organization moving forward, but for the most part, we try to bleed savings out of holding those vacant positions open.
Mr. Gutierrez, question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. When you're talking about keeping vacant positions open, does that include the finance director? Or what's your plan as of that position?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I will need to recruit and do a formal appointment of a finance director. I don't see how a city organization cannot have a finance director. Ms. Tomaszewski is doing great as the interim finance director, but at some point I have to make a decision on a final placement for that. And so that is an example of, we will keep as many vacant positions open as we can, but some are just critical to the function of the organization, regardless of what size the organization is. So that's a good example of one there. The other thing departments are going to have to look at is presenting reduction of services. If we don't have the money to continue to provide the services we have, we need to provide to council and the community some conversation about where we feel we're going to have to cut back. We had to do that about 10 years ago, and the organization now is a smaller organization than we were 10 years ago. So my caution to that is, I think the low-hanging fruit we took out in the late 2000s, and we never came back from that. So I think it's going to be harder this time, and the decisions and choices are going to be more challenging this time about how we trim the organization to get it to the size it needs to be for the revenue we have coming in. We'll have to just make sure we review previous initiatives and new costs to the city and make sure those are still our priorities. So we'll go through that. We will have to look at deferring some capital expenditures or contracts to try to manage our way through this. And so working with the departments, we are looking at our capital programming and what could potentially be postponed. Labor unions, you have to have the conversation with labor unions as part of a package of solutions. The general fund in particular is about 75 or 80% labor costs. We're a service organization, we're a people organization. And so that's where either through the reduction of services and eliminating positions or looking at concessions from our labor unions, that has to be part of the picture. We do have to work with our labor unions. We appreciate working with our labor unions, but there's a process to doing that. It's not something we can unilaterally impose. It's fair bargaining that we do with them, and that takes some time, and we're engaging in that and starting that, and appreciate their conversations with us in that regard. And then reserves, again, to bridge the gap down is an appropriate use of reserves. Reserves, though, are finite. They are one-time monies and cannot be used to cover operating costs on an ongoing basis. So do they help you get through a fiscal year and then you make other adjustments after that? Yes. I suspect that we're going to use a decent chunk of the reserves in this fiscal year, which will just put more pressure to make the adjustments for next fiscal year. And again, state and federal relief for next fiscal year. Will that be on the table? Would be helpful. Not banking on it, and I don't think we should budget for it at this point. And again, as Ms. Tomaszewski said, we're taking a cautious approach in assuming a recession likely in fiscal year 21, but we'll know more about how deep that is as we get into it. Next slide, please. So just changing gears real quick, I want to let council know what my recommendation is on some of your major policy initiatives that you've been working on that were going to be major components in our fiscal year work effort coming up. And just wanted to let you know staff's mindset, and please correct us if we're misreading where you are. I think job one, which will be the next item on this agenda as well, will be restoring economic vitality citywide. As I've mentioned many times, we are in the middle of a public health crisis, and that will be immediately followed by an economic crisis. I don't think anyone can deny that that's the nature of what we're heading into. And so Jason Harris, Economic Development Manager, will speak next, as well as Dr. Peter Rupert, to kind of put some context on that. But that is going to be job one for the city, working with the community, working with businesses, property owners, and other organizations to figure our way out of this. Long term, we still feel we need a police station. We have to have a police station. We've needed a police station for over 20 years. Measure C funding is still there. It will be hit hard by the drop in sales tax revenue, but we think long term, we still need to proceed with that. We're in the middle of environmental review, so we're continuing to pursue that. No delay in the planning work that we're at right now at the police station. My recommendation will be to continue the design work and get it up until we are ready to begin construction, and then see where we're at that point and make sure that makes sense at that point to get the debt financing in place to build a police station. You know, and one of the silver linings in all this is that it might be that it's timed in a very competitive environment to go out for a construction bid, because you're not competing in such a robust construction economic climate at that. We'll just see. Main message on the police station is that top priority, continue moving forward with it. Same with community choice energy. It seems to me that this is one of council's top priorities from an environmental standpoint. And so I'm still planning on having staff work on the community choice energy, and we'll come and give you updates and status reports and check in to see if we're doing that appropriately for you. We also had energy master plan efforts, and we're going to staff up for that. I think we will be recommending, as we do the department presentations, to put a pause on that effort and save the additional positions that would come on for that effort until the economics stabilize in that regard. Measure C capital continues to be a priority, and so executing on that, certainly with a smaller budget, but still a lot of good work that we can do there. Housing, we will talk later this afternoon about housing policy, and I think housing policy continues to be a major initiative that we should pursue as quickly as possible, especially in the downtown core. Downtown is going through a major upheaval. It was already with retail, and this is only going to exacerbate it. And so giving property owners options and clear guidance from adopted policy on housing options for them, I think would be beneficial. Land development team and organizational process improvements, that's something we've been working on, hired a consultant, don't want to slow down on that. So that will continue to go forward as well. And then we had some items from a council retreat. We had a good council retreat in February. I identified some policy initiatives that you all wanted to pursue. I think those that have a fiscal price tag, we need to wait and see how we get through this immediate crisis, but some of the policy items can still come forward, maybe just with a delay as staff is really consumed with the response now to the coronavirus. Next slide, please. Briefly on enterprise funds, again, we will do this through all of our budget hearings through May and early June. What's different with this fiscal crisis from others is that almost all the enterprise funds are also being pressured financially. We had the benefit of 10 years ago of some of our enterprise funds being stable. And so we were able to move employees from the general fund over to the enterprise funds as kind of safe landings to preserve jobs. That is going to be a bigger challenge this time because across the board, we're going to face financial challenges in all funds. Airport fund is hit dramatically with the complete fall off of passenger traffic. They are the one fund, though, that has had some relief from the federal government. They got about $10 million out of one of the first CARES Act, which went to airports across the country to help keep them stabilized, and just because of the national interest of having that airport infrastructure in place. But downtown parking, we've been shut down with zero revenues for the last month, and that will probably last at least another month, and then very slow recovery from that. Waterfront, with its commercial leases and such, hit very dramatically, very hard. Water and wastewater, from utility payment standpoint, we're waiting to evaluate what kind of financial impact we will have in those areas, but we suspect we will. Same thing with them with solid waste. The golf course has been closed down. I'll talk briefly about that in the next item, though, and other departments as well. So we'll go through those fund by fund with the council over the next month or two. Next slide. So just real quick, format of the recommended budget. Next slide, please, Matt. Second year of a two-year plan is usually a shorter document. We've got summary schedules in the front, but I will caution you that those were the old world summary schedules. And so what we're working out over the next 2 months is amending those. Budget message is included and it is up to date. We did update the budget message to reflect our current financial climate. So that kind of summarizes a lot of what we've talked about today already. And then budget calendar, these are the upcoming council presentations. So you can see we've got 6 of them through the month of May. These will be different than years past. These are going to be harder and more challenging budget work sessions because we're going to be presenting to you adjustments to budget in a downward manner. And those are always difficult conversations to have. And they're emotional conversations to have. We take great pride in the services we provide to the community. And I think the community likes living in Santa Barbara because we provide good recreational services, library services, and a whole bunch of other types of stuff. And so talking about reducing those services is hard and disappointing and difficult, but that's kind of what we're faced. And so what we're coming up to. In addition to that, we will be having finance committee meetings. So we defer some of the more detailed, nuanced discussions to the finance committee. Expect them to do that as well. They will dig into the revenues more deeply. That's generally where that has happened. And they'll make some recommendations back out to you all as a council in that regard. So those will start up next week with the finance committee. Next slide, please. And then budget deliberations by June 8th, we get your final recommendations and deliberations and give us some guidance about how to put this all together. Ultimately, you need to approve this budget and you need to be comfortable with the changes and adjustments and how we balance it all together. We'll give you our recommendations, but then ultimately it's up to you to use your best judgment with all the input you get and all your experience and expertise that you bring to that as well, such that by Tuesday, June 16th, we adopt a budget. And again, just a caution, I can really see us having to adjust this budget throughout the fiscal year. I don't think we're going to nail it the first time on June 16th, because I think we will just be starting to come out of the stay-at-home order. And so we're going to have to see how the economy rebounds throughout the fiscal year. So I could see us coming back and revisiting this on a quarterly basis.
Councilmember Harmon, question from you?
That was my exact question, how often it would be coming back. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Casey.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. That concludes my presentation. That's my initial thought, Councilwoman Harmon, is quarterly. Monthly, we just don't get data in that quick that I'm not sure monthly makes sense. So at this point, I'm thinking that we'll kind of take quarterly snapshots and we'll have to adjust on the fly as we go if we feel it needs to be more frequent or if it settles down relatively soon, which I don't expect.
So you need us to formally receive your report or the budget itself and then approve the schedule. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a question about, so this operating budget that we have, this is pre-COVID, and is this what we're receiving today? Okay, sorry, and thank you. Okay.
Since you have the floor, would you make the motion, please?
Oh, yes, I'll make the motion. And might I make a comment as well? Or
please.
Okay. Mr. Casey, thank you. I think these are really, really difficult times, and so appreciate your leadership right now and how you look at everything and how you have a heartfelt response to what these challenges are going to mean. And just thank you for being in leadership right now. And with that, I will make the motion to sadly accept this budget. And with really, I want to take a moment to appreciate how well that budget was going to serve us. And we went from Thomas Fire and difficult times and rebounded, and that was with careful planning and deliberation, and this budget that we're accepting, but moving on from reflects that. So just thank you. That doesn't all need to be in the motion. I move to approve the proposed operating capital budget for fiscal year 2021 and approve the proposed schedule of council budget review meetings and public hearings.
Very good. Is that a
I'll
second
that.
from you? Okay, great. Well, we can take a vote. Thank you both. And Mr. Casey, I guess I'd just like to impress on the public that we have operating reserves, and I assume most governments do, but we're really grateful to have this rainy day fund. Any comment on that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you, because it's important because we've had conversations over the years about our reserve policy, and this council and prior council has kept the reserve policy where it's at. And it's probably slightly higher than the average policy level for municipalities in California. We've done that analysis over the years of kind of a percentage of budget. We're probably a little bit higher. And the thought there has been is that because we are kind of a tourist dominated industry, that we are susceptible to pretty dramatic impacts if something dramatic happens. And that's exactly what's happened here. So I appreciate the foresight from prior councils to set the reserve policies at a meaningful level to allow us to work our way through this and right size the organization.
And the way we do it is a percentage of our budget. So as our budget grows, the reserve keeps up with it. And then sometimes when we think, oh, we have too much in the bank, why are we saving all that money? Here it is. We've had a serious emergency and we have some security, a buffer. So very good. Thanks, Mr. Casey. And we'll go to the clerk to take a roll call vote on the motion.
Madam Mayor, I do have a motion by Councilmember Snedden with a second by, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. We do have one member of the public with a hand raised to speak on this item.
So sorry, I just thought of that we didn't do public comment. If the public would forgive me, and we'll go ahead and go to public comment. Thanks.
Thank you. And truly, I'm not sure if this person is actually for number 4, but we'll try. Teddy Kabugos. Mr. Kabugos, this is to speak as to the budget. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. Go ahead, Mr. Kabugos.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to touch on the cannabis. Clearly, cannabis is in our future. It's the biggest industry since the internet. Think about throwing the internet industry into the economy today. We need to figure out different, responsible ways to incorporate the cannabis industry into our local economy. We need to start thinking about possible cannabis consumption lounges, cannabis cafes, more dispensary licenses, and what if you could wrap all of that under one facility in a beautiful downtown building and incorporate it into some type of cannabis museum where you can be educated. You can learn about cannabis, learn about all the health benefits that cannabis creates, and educate the community. And what if in that same exact facility on a different floor, you have an indoor operation where you can give tours, similarly to what they do in Las Vegas, Oregon, Colorado? What if that building was downtown? Talk about bringing tourism back to State Street. We need to bring tourism back to State Street. Everyone wants to be in the funk zone. No one wants to be on the other side of the bridge anymore. All of the empty businesses and buildings. As a 4th generation Santa Barbara, that's rather depressing to see. And it's not a new restaurant that's going to do it this time. It's not a new clothing store that's going to do it. It's That's not going to bring tourism or tax revenue back. We need something that people will come in from all over the world to see, something that will help all of our neighbors on State Street as well. That's not just going to be local tourism, that will be global tourism. Headlines, press, celebrities, film, entertainment, music, and all the excitement that a place like that will bring into the economy, and what we can continue what Santa Barbara started this year as Santa Barbara, the #4 top place to travel by TripAdvisor, and we continue to bring that mode into next year. Start rethinking some ordinances, start making it a little easier for smaller businesses to get started, adjusting some of the crazy strict permitting restrictions for small business. Let's all work together and come up with solutions and take action now. Our team invites to meet with all of our city council members, Madam Mayor, and Mr. Casey to talk about all potential options, possibilities, and solutions. A potential museum in that one building alone would bring in huge tax revenues for the city, big job creation, and help the community better understand the benefits of cannabis. All these ideas are in our future, and the time is coming at some point in our future. Let's not waste any more time. It's time to rewrite the playbook and start drawing up a new one. Thank you.
Okay, some ideas for new revenue. Very good. Any other speakers on this item, Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor and Council, I believe Mr. Bertie was speaking on this item. Let's see if he's there. Richard Bertie, I'm going to unmute you. You can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
I don't want to speak to this item specifically. I'm interested in the committee that's being formed for the downtown renovation. And I agree with the fellow that just spoke up. The Funk Zone is thriving, not right
Well,
now.
thanks.
But
Mr. Bertie, if you're going to speak, go ahead. If you want to save yourself for the next.
when are you going to talk about your committee that you're forming?
We have Mr. Rupert next, or we have Mr. Harris next. Mr. Casey?
When are you going to form it?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it's at the next item as part of the coronavirus update that I think you were going to speak to the committee.
Mr. Bertie, thanks so much for waiting. We appreciate your patience, okay?
Yeah.
Thanks.
But I still want to
Okay.
speak.
You will, and we look forward to it. So, Ms. Clerk, thanks, sir. Anybody else?
We'll just do one last call. If anyone else, members of the public wanted to speak on item 3, the budget, please raise your hand within the app. And Madam Mayor, I'm not seeing anyone doing that.
We'll close public comment on this budget item, and we have a motion on the floor to accept the budget and as it is, and the schedule of meetings and public hearings. The next one being May 6th. So those of you who have an interest, stay tuned. Go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
Okay, this is a vote on item 3, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon and seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous? Good. Finished with that item. Thank you to Ms. Tomaszewski for working so hard, all of her staff, and Mr. Casey. So that closes that item, and we go on to number, Mr. Casey, go ahead.
Ms. Gorman, why don't you go ahead and read the item first?
Very good. Item 4, coronavirus update.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council members, as you know, each week we are giving a coronavirus update. Today is kind of continuing with the budget theme, and we wanted to focus on economic development. And so we are very grateful that Dr. Peter Rupert from the UCSB Economic Forecast is willing to take some time and come present to us. And then following him, we will have Jason Harris, our new Economic Development Manager, talk about his efforts in leading discussion and recovery efforts for us there as well. And I will just briefly briefly mention before I introduce Dr. Rupert on two items that have come up in public comment that I want to bring up to date, and we can ask questions maybe after the presentations today. But first, on the boat launch ramp, we've had conversations about the boat launch ramp for every week now for a number of weeks. We are planning on reopening the boat launch ramp this Friday. That is in coordination with the other boat launch ramps in the immediate areas to our south, and that was kind of one of our thresholds. And so they also are opening up coming Friday. We will put social distancing measures in place down at the launch ramp to try to make sure we don't have any crowding going on, but it will be opened coming this Friday. And then on the golf course, there is conversations going on right now between our staff and county public health officials and county recreational folks to consider about reopening golf courses in the county, again, with restrictions in place. And so that is happening as we speak. And so please stay tuned for an announcement on that. We haven't had any final confirmation, but as some of the speakers have said, it looks like the other counties are starting to opening up. And so we are engaging in that conversation with our county here as well. And perhaps we will be able to be opening up the golf courses relatively soon. So I don't have more information on that, but that's the status on those two items. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Rupert. And again, thank him very much for coming in, being able to participate with us today.
Dr. Rupert, we're so happy to have you. Thank you so much. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Madam Mayor and City Council, thank you for the opportunity. I have just one quick response to a question. I forget which council member asked about housing prices. I just happened to look at it this morning. Up January through March, in South County, housing prices are down 5%. And that's, you know, we haven't hit April yet. So the data we have in is about 5%. The other thing I want to just mention before I get started is that, you know, what we're in now is, you know, it's not like a recession. Recessions usually hit, for example, it could be a stock market wealth recession. It could be a financial collapse of our banking system. It could be a IT. You know, there's a bunch of different things that can happen. And as Mr. Casey and Ms. Tomaszewski has said, this has hit everything. And it's big. And I want to just caution people that all of what the Fed is doing and what the Treasury is doing, typically that's what you do for a recession. And so I'm just, you know, I'm very cautious about what's been happening and whether we're going to, you know, how fast we get out of this and then maybe enter a recession. Who knows? But in any event, you know, let me just finally say that, you know, we do care about people's lives. We care about health. And I want to be clear from the beginning that I look at both of these things. They're not separate issues, the health issue versus the economic issue. And I'll talk more about that later. But next slide, please. So it's very clear that we know very little. And I gave a webinar last Thursday, maybe some of you saw, and some of these slides will be the same as that, but things are changing so fast. For example, yesterday, oil prices went negative. It's just unbelievable that oil prices could go negative. What that means is that if you had a contract, you now have to pay somebody, it was $1.50 at the end of yesterday, to take your oil from you. So this is, again, never seen before. So we know very little about the coronavirus. We're learning more and more every day. And you know, the funny thing about being an economist now, I'm starting to feel like a doctor or a firefighter that you only call us when things are really horrible, you know. But so we don't really understand the coronavirus and what it's done. We don't really understand the economics. And so all the policies are really best guesses by people. And, you know, my hope is to, you know, generate enough information and data to help us get through this. And one of the controversies I'll show you in a second has to do with, you know, the fatality rate from the coronavirus. And the test came out yesterday from LA. These are the antibody tests. And many people, they believe that somewhere between 250,000 and 500,000 people in LA County had the infection. And this turns out to be a death rate of somewhere like 0.1% to 0.2%. I'm not a health person, so I take it from the experts. So this number is like the regular flu. The regular flu, people typically say, is about 0.1%. That is, 1 out of 1,000 people die from it. And do I believe that shutting down the economy, if it's really 0.1% or 0.2%, 2 out of 1,000, is worth the $1 trillion a month we're spending, it's hard to say. And however, if it was 1 out of 100 or 2 out of 100, now we're in a different ballgame. And shutting down the entire economy, and in fact the entire world, would be something that might be the right thing to do. Next slide. So this came a few weeks ago. This was the now famous Anthony Fauci, who no one ever heard of before, but he served under 5 presidents. He says the flu has a mortality rate of 0.1%. This, meaning the the COVID, has a mortality rate of 10 times that. That would be 1%. That would be 1 out of 100 people die. Next slide. So this is from Jay Bhattacharya, who's at Stanford, and he's been involved in these tests, one in Santa Clara just last week, and the results that came out yesterday from LA. And he said an epidemic seed on January 1st implies that by March 9th, about 6 million people should have had the virus. As of March 23rd, there were 500 deaths. We know there's now tens of thousands, but that is a 0.01%. And what I mean by things are changing so quickly, he now says it's somewhere between 0.1 and 0.2%. So he's increased his by a lot. So we're getting data daily now. It used to be people would be willing to wait a month or maybe a quarter to get GDP data. Now we're so hungry for data to help us think about opening. Next slide. So the economics is, these forecasts are all over the map. And I have to say that, when I heard a lot of the callers today speaking, most of it was about when are we going to open and what are we going to open? And, this is going to be a hard one. The Economic Policy Institute predicted 3 weeks ago that the U.S. would lose about 19.8 million jobs in the United States. We've already seen over 22 million initial claims for unemployment. So that's already blown out of the water. The St. Louis Fed estimated about 47 million jobs would be lost by June. And by the way, the St. Louis Fed estimated the unemployment rate in the United States would be somewhere between 10 and 40%. These numbers are just, like I said, they're so uncertain, we just don't have a clue. Even people who are involved in the policy making, like the Federal Reserve, they have no idea, somewhere between 10 and 40%. What that means is on February 1st, 2020, there were 5.8 million people unemployed in the United States. And as I just told you, we've already seen 22 million filed for initial unemployment claims. And by the way, some industries are going to get hit harder than others. Next slide. So this is what I mean. This is leisure and hospitality for the United States. This goes back a year, a little more than a year. And what you can see is, again, you can go back throughout history and you wouldn't find a number like this. So leisure and hospitality employment fell by 459,000 people. 500,000 people lost their job in the leisure and hospitality sector. And I was talking to Sherry Villanueva, who owns Acme Hospitality. And, she was on our webinar last week. She told everybody that she has 350 employees. She had to furlough or lay off 345 of them. So this is deep. It's affecting all of us, and it's going to be here for a while. So next slide. These are initial claims, and again, if you look at this graph, you would just laugh or cry, one or the other. That you would say it just can't happen. If you look at the Great Recession, and these bluish, purplish bars are the recessions that we had going back to the 1960s. And you can see that initial claims, and again, initial claims are when someone becomes unemployed, they have to file an initial claim with the state to say that they would like to receive unemployment insurance. By the way, not everybody gets it. You have to qualify for it, but this is a very good barometer of sort of what's happening. Next slide. And this is a number I meant. So if you go back just a few months, you will see that the numbers for initial claims in February and March by week were about 217,000. Jumped up to 3 million in March 21st, the week ending March 21st. Hit 6.8 million March 28th, 6.6 million, and then 5.2. So you add those up and you're up to 23 some million people who have claimed unemployment insurance. And again, I mentioned that there were 5.8 million people unemployed in February. If there's any silver lining from this, I look at it and say, all of those places that could shut down very fast, restaurants, bars, movie theaters, those kinds of things. That might have been the brunt of the March 28th, 6.8 million. And then it's fallen since then. And so maybe we hit the highest amount we'll see in initial claims, but again, that's not clear. Next slide. This is for California, and again, things are changing very fast. There's now roughly a little over 2 million initial unemployment claims for California. This data comes out with a little bit of a lag compared to the national data, and then the county data comes out even after that. But what we're going to do is kind of assume that things are happening the same across the different industries, similarly in California as they are in Santa Barbara. Next slide. So last week, what came out was advanced retail sales. Again, you can look at the Great Recession, and you see that retail sales at the bottom of the Great Recession fell by about 4%. Last month, we saw that retail sales fell by 8.7% alone, and this is the sales for clothing, other goods. Next slide. So now what I'm going to show you are some graphs that, from this company called SafeGraph. SafeGraph, they use smartphone data, and they look at, it's anonymous now. People have allowed them to use their smartphones. It's based on foot traffic from smartphones, and they do it, all over the United States. So I write down here at the bottom, when I said there was fallout from COVID, what I mean now is it's a really nuclear fallout. So next slide. So it might be hard to see some of these things, but you'll get the idea just from looking at what the graphs look like. So what these are visits per week by establishment type in the city of Santa Barbara. That's the data that we can get from this smartphone data. And the upper blue line are hotels and motels. And you can see that, visits per week, have fallen from over 6,000 in peak months, down to much less than 1,000. So this is not falling 50%. This is falling much, much more than 50%. And you look at nature parks, we've closed the parks, visits there, again, huge downward trend, and museums are the same thing. Next slide. So these are Ealing's Park, Santa Barbara Zoo, Moxie, Shoreline Park. And again, you can see what was happening in terms of visits per week. Basically, the zoo has gone to zero. Ealing's Park has gone, Moxie's gone to zero. Any places where people are gathering. So again, I really appreciate the budget outlook that has to be done. And some of these things, they're falling by much, much more than 50%. So those things have to be weighed in on the revenue that gets collected. Next slide. So this is types of establishments. This is county level data now. And again, what you can see is the biggest drop there are movie theaters. Obviously, no one's going to a movie theater. Hardware stores don't fall as much. My guess is people are home, have nothing else to do, but maybe go buy some nails and, fix their house a little bit. Supplement stores, haven't fared as badly. But again, what you're seeing here is a massive change, and going from one, and you can see on the vertical axis for movie theaters fallen by over 90%. So again, this is just something we've never ever seen before. Next slide. This is for restaurants, and again, restaurants just pretty much again fallen by 75%. Down from a value of 1 at the beginning of January, last January, to down to 0.25. So this is again 50% would be good. Limited service restaurants have fallen by about 50%. And again, if we think about what's going on with restaurants, and I've seen lots of people say, "Oh, just let people do takeout." Not every restaurant can switch that quickly to do takeout. The ones that were already doing some takeout have fared a little bit better. But, as you can see here, that the drop is immense. Next slide. So this is actual stores in the county. You can see Albertsons. I don't know what happened with the Whole Foods there, that big green bump up there. But again, you can see that visits to stores, fallen about in half, maybe more. Again, this is foot traffic, so it's true that a lot of people are getting delivered, but these numbers are certainly going to affect all of us. Next slide. This is by different establishments, and the biggest drop here is Starbucks. You can see, again, Starbucks does takeout, so many people aren't going into the store, so the foot traffic has fallen a lot. But you can see McDonald's, Home Depot, Walmart, all have fallen 25 to 50%. Next slide. I think this is the last one on these, but so now we're at breweries, wineries, and dispensaries. And again, this is by the county. The dispensaries are small at this point. I think Mr. Casey mentioned that yes, they're faring well at the moment, but pretty small in relation to the entire budget. But you can see wineries have basically gone away. No one's going to the wineries. Liquor stores also fallen by a little bit more than half, and breweries as well. So these are very, very hard hit places and places that employ lots of people, especially at the lower end. Next slide. So some projections. So I just mentioned two places that have been hit really hard: leisure and hospitality and retail. So next slide. So now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the estimates from the the EPI, Economic Policy Institute. Remember, I mentioned they estimated there'd be a 19.8 million job loss in the United States. That's the upper part of this table. And so in the first column, we have California, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Ventura. And private going across, private means private sector jobs. L&H means leisure and hospitality, and retail is the next column. So if we assume that we're going to lose 19.8 million people in the United States, and we use roughly the same fraction of loss that's going to be across the board privately, what you can see is in Santa Barbara, and by the way, the 19.8 million, I have already told you, the initial claims have already been much higher than that. So what that means is for California, we would lose about 2.3 million jobs in California in the private sector. In Santa Barbara, we would lose almost 23,000 jobs in Santa Barbara. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Leisure and hospitality, about 11,000 jobs in leisure and hospitality, and another 7,200 in retail. So, these losses are, very, very large. You can see that our private sector employment in Santa Barbara is about 150,000. And so we're going to lose up to, 30,000, 34,000 overall, if we had some government jobs in there as well. So these are big losses. But now let's go to the bottom part of the table. And this comes from the St. Louis Fed's number of 47 million. So if we believe that in the United States by June, we're going to lose 47 million jobs, again, reading across, what you see is that would be 5.4 million people losing their jobs in California, 54,500 in Santa Barbara alone. Now, if you look at what I told you private sector employment was 150,000. So we're going to lose a third. Basically, that's what it looks like of these jobs. Again, unprecedented. Leisure and hospitality will lose about 26,000 and retail about 17,000. So these are numbers, again, we've never seen them before. This is not like a standard recession where we go into it slowly and we come out of it. We've been hit very hard and no one has a good sense yet of how we're going to recover. But let's go to the next slide and I'll show you what this means. So as of February 2020, there were 7,900 unemployed persons in Santa Barbara County. And we had about a 3.7% unemployment rate. Now, this graph does the following thing. Let's just focus on Santa Barbara for a second because we're not controlling here for size of the population or the workforce. So if we use that EPI estimate I just told you about, how much we would lose if we lose 24,000 private sector jobs, that's going to turn into and you just go up from the blue dash line and go up to hit the solid blue line, what that means is about a little over 15% unemployment rate for Santa Barbara. Again, it was 3.7% just in February, and by June, we'd expect it to possibly get up to 15%. Next slide. This is if we go with the larger loss, the loss from the St. Louis Fed of 47 million. And again, this is where we're going to lose 54,000 roughly private sector jobs if this really happens what they believe. And then if you go up the dash line to hit the solid blue line and then go across, you'll see around a 30% unemployment rate. By the way, that 30% unemployment rate number is the same number that Jim Bullard, who's the president of the St. Louis Fed, has thrown about to the government, which is why they've reacted so hard. Next slide. So who's really at risk of job loss? Well, let's think about it. And I just showed you the leisure and hospitality and retail sector. Many of those jobs are lower paying jobs. Those are service sector jobs. A lot of them are minimum wage, slightly higher than the minimum wage. And these are the jobs that I just showed you are going to go away: leisure and hospitality and retail. Next slide. So how bad is it for us? Well, these two bar graphs, the one on the left is for South County, the one on the right is for North County. And what the red shows is the number of households under the poverty level in Santa Barbara, South County. So what you can see is there's over 10,000 households under the poverty line. And if these individuals lose their jobs and they're not going to come back fast, these are also the same people who have very little savings and are going to impact very hard on our social services sector. This is going to, to me, these are one of the overwhelming things. Do we have the resources in our social safety net here in Santa Barbara to look at some fraction of people like this who will have no job and no job prospects probably for up to a year. Next slide. So fatality risk, I just mentioned at the outset that some of the new studies coming out saying the fatality risk is somewhere between 0.1 and 0.2%, again, meaning 1 out of 1,000 or 2 out of 1,000. That number climbs very fast by age. Once you get into over 70, 75, 80, the death rate there is much, much higher. And I'll come back to that in a second. Next slide. So this is a distribution of North County age distribution. The next one's going to be South County. And what we see is there's, if you look at the horizontal axis for women on the left, the whatever color that is, turquoisey color, you can see that over 75, there's roughly, 7,500 women who are over the age of 75 and about the same number for men. So if we think about opening how we're going to open, we want to make sure that we're not putting people who are severely at risk of dying, that we're putting them in harm's way. Next slide. And this is for South County, and you can see South County again. If you look over 75, we have roughly, close to 10,000 women, and again, slightly fewer men who are over the ages of 75. And so I really believe that we have to. Some of the openings we have to think about ages. If we really want to, if we do care about, making sure that people who are most at risk are safe, it's going to be some hard decisions we have to make. Next slide. So in summary, many sectors have fallen by over 50%. And I know the budget outlook that Mr. Casey has proposed, some things do fall by that much. And I think Somaszewski said that, restaurants, they have very far down. And it's yet to be seen, our tourist sector. And having said that, I mean, if we think about, all the repercussions from this, we have to sit down and really think about what's going to happen. And here's one quick example. What's going to happen to Airbnb? Is Airbnb going to go under? I mean, who's going to want to go to somebody's house now and stay at the house? We don't know how well they do cleaning. hotels may benefit, from something like this, but who's going to want to go to a hotel, given what we've just seen? When is that going to come back? Well, what we need is an opening plan. And this is a tough one. And what I say here in this bullet point is only the consumer can reopen business. It's true that the government gave us a statewide mandate, shelter in place, only essential businesses are open. But the government cannot reopen businesses. The government can say it's fine to go to a business, but I can tell you right now, airline travel is not coming back for a year. Just tell me which one of you are going to be willing to sit, if they open tomorrow and said anyone can fly, how many of you would, sit in the window seat next to, 300 other people who you have no clue whether they've been tested, whether they have the virus or not. And what can happen here, I think, is that we have to ask businesses, my view is ask them for a plan. Say, what is it that you will do to make sure that your customers and your workers, your employees are safe? And it can be many, many things. I mean, some of the proposals I've heard for restaurants, have them take out a third of their tables. Restaurants are already in thin margin. Taking away a third of the tables, no restaurant's gonna survive that. So maybe what you want to do is, let restaurants have a little more space, go out onto the sidewalk, go into whatever. But if we want to see our restaurants come back, that's something we're going to have to do. So again, this next slide is a bit of a joke slide. So somebody already yelled at me for this. How about this for us at bars? No alcohol to persons under 21 and no one over 40. Again, if we want to think about being safe for our elder population, this might be something that, sure, you're going to object and say, where are my civil liberties? But this flu is an externality that you bring on to other people, and we have to make sure that we stay safe. Anyway, that's what I have today. Open to some questions if anyone has any.
We'll open it up to questions. Any of my colleagues have a question, want to jump in? Ms. Harmon, you go ahead and start.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, Dr. Rupert. This was fascinating. And the unemployment numbers that you shared with us are just so staggering, and it's really mind-blowing to see them put out so clearly like that. So thank you. I'm curious about whether you've seen any projections about whether there will be some rebound in those numbers or reduction in those numbers immediately upon reopening of the economy. I'm assuming that to some extent, businesses that manage to survive through this shutdown will need to rehire some of the folks that they've had to let go. Is there any sort of data or projections about what those numbers will be?
Yeah, I mean, great question. I think, the first thing we have to do is try to ensure that many of the businesses are going to be open when people decide to go back. Some of the estimates I've seen for restaurants are, if this thing lasts through June, about 30% of restaurants are just going to fold. So there won't be jobs to go back to. That's number one. Number two is, everybody, we mentioned that there are these deferrals, that there's small business administration loans. These all have to get paid back. And I think people sort of forget that, if you're gonna take a business that has a thin margin already, and now you're gonna say, you have to also take out a loan and pay back the loan even at a low interest rate. That's gonna hurt the bottom line. And so I worry about that. The projections, like I said, the projections I saw about air travel, it's not gonna get back to normal for at least a year. Restaurants, it's gonna depend on, like I mentioned, on think about yourself. When will you feel comfortable going to a restaurant? Well, testing is going to be the key. And the antibody test that's out there now. My view is we can get it here to Santa Barbara. We can start testing people and say, hey, you've got the antibody. Go back to work. You're not going to give it to anybody, and you can't get it. So to me, we've got to get a lot more testing. And then a restaurant owner would say, all of my employees have been tested. Anybody that didn't have the antibody is still home. We wipe the place down. Maybe you'll be willing to go there. Movie theaters, I'm not seeing it for a long time.
Interesting. Thank you. Just one more quick question.
Sure.
it seems clear that from an economics perspective, strictly, I'm not talking about public health at all. The longer that the closure is in place, the greater the impact on businesses. But do you see that there may be more risk to reopening too soon and having sort of a second wave of this? Would that do greater damage from an economic perspective to these small businesses than waiting it out and making sure that we have the testing regime in place and understanding fully what we're dealing with?
Yeah, I think that's great. A great question. I mean, I think that, again, before anybody opens, we have to be virus safe, because if we get a second wave, like you said, it's going to be devastating. And, having said that, right now, the projections I've seen for the federal government, I mean, this shutdown is costing us a little over $1 trillion a month. And by the way, it's impacting state budgets. And as we've seen, city budgets, services are going to have to fall. There's just no way we can maintain all that. The federal government can't do this for more than 3 months, basically. And then things are really going to break down. So, that's why I said, we really need to think of a virus safe way to open. And to me, it's got to be on the business. If tomorrow the government said everybody can open, I don't think you're going to go to a restaurant or a movie theater or fly for a while. So, I think that's going to be on the businesses.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Ms. Snedden, you have a question?
She disappeared.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I pushed the wrong button. Thank you, Dr. Rupert. It's so helpful to have actual data to be looking at, and the charts and the graphs, and we don't know what we have in front of us unless we have that kind of data. And just a best possible case scenario, if we had vaccination tomorrow and everyone got inoculated and we were good to go, how fast would you think we could rebound? I mean, I know that's not what's happening and it's going to be a longer time till all of that, but best case scenario, if we were not relying on our sort of mental feeling of safety and reopening, and we actually had inoculation on a mass level, would we be able to just come right back? The ones that fell off quickly, would they come back just as quickly?
I think that's right. I think, in that case, we'd have what we call a V-shaped recession and recovery, that we fell really fast, never before seen. But we'd also, it would be fast to come back. And by the way, a vaccine's not going to be here for a year, right? So that's what they kind of say. But I think the testing, once they get this antibody testing out there, I do believe that people can open virus safe with those kinds of employees that that they've been tested and they have the antibody, and then we can come back pretty fast, I believe. But again, we have to think about the public health. But let me add one thing to that. There's many papers that have been written on what's called the depths of despair, and being unemployed for a long period of time causes opioid addiction, suicides. Those are also lives we have to count. The people who lose their jobs and have no prospect of getting a job in the near future, and we have to care about those people too. So I think that the estimates about coming back have to include those people as well.
I completely agree. And we have to have testing. We have to know what we're up against before we can move forward. And I really appreciate you bringing forward the ideas of having plans in place for businesses individually for how it is they would handle reopening or what plans they have in place. Thank you for this really excellent presentation. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Peter Rupert. I have a couple questions. How would you say this is going to affect housing in the city? Are there good points? Are there bad points on how this will affect the housing situation in Santa Barbara?
Yeah, I think that housing is not going to be as hard hit unless, again, I mentioned this thing about, Airbnb and things, but I think housing itself, as long as we don't see foreclosures and things like that, which I don't think we haven't seen yet, because, I think the government has provided enough payroll assistance, although that's slow in coming. I think for now, I don't think the housing sector is going to be too damaged.
Okay. Thank you. And how do you feel about a caller earlier had mentioned lifting restrictions on cannabis? How would you feel about that, and how would it be beneficial for the city and the county, or do you think having it downtown would be beneficial?
Well, I mean, those details I don't really know. I mean, I think that, you know, when I did look at the tax impacts or the revenue coming in from cannabis, I mean, it seems to have, you know, done okay during this coronavirus, I guess. But again, it's a small number at this point. It will, you know, it will get larger with more employment. And do I think it's a saving grace from the coronavirus? I don't think it's a saving grace. I think it's certainly going to help as we begin to see a lot of the TOT and retail sales tax fall again for another month.
Thank you.
Councilmember Friedman.
Thank you, Dr. Rupert. I had a question. It's about retirement, and in particular with the stock market fluctuating heavily and coming up and down. And I think there, if you could just explain to us what that means, because I think there might be a general perception that when the stock market goes down, you lose a lot, but then if it comes back up, you've made your gains back, and it has come back up from its lows. But can you explain that, because that's another piece both for the public and private sector. It's so tied into retirement security. So if you can just explain how the fluctuation in the stock market affects it both long-term and short-term.
Yeah, super hard question, but I'll try. You know, I think Mr. Casey, you know, talked about the unfunded pension liabilities that the state has, and I looked into that myself, and I think it's a massive number. And I think that you're right that some people do not retire when their wealth falls, but I think the stock market, it's been crazy, you know, absolutely crazy. I mean, it was the fastest coming from going down into a bear market and then coming back to a bull market. So I think the stock market's going to fare just fine, and I don't think it's going to enter into most people's decisions. If the stock market crashed for 3 or 4 years, that would be a different story. But I don't see that happening.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Friedman. Mr. Jordan, question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll echo our thanks, Dr. Rupert. Data is really good, and I know you're a data cruncher, but to me, this situation is as much about data as it is what I guess I'd call the psychological effect, that people are just fearful and hiding out and hunkered into their caves. And while I appreciate your restaurant analogy of not less space, maybe we need to find ways to give them more space. But have you dealt with or studied situations like this in the past, where it's as much a psychological fear issue as it is a logistics or service structure issue to get people out and about? And what do you do? What do you look for?
Well, like I said, this is actually unprecedented. I mean, if you told me the Great Recession was, unprecedented, it really wasn't. I mean, it was a big recession, but it was pretty standard. And what you do see during recessions is people come out of it, they don't spend as much. People come out of recessions and they save more. They're worried that, this can happen again, and maybe they didn't save enough. And back in 2005, by the way, George Bush gave an hour-long speech about the pandemic was the biggest problem we'd be facing over the next few years. President Obama said the same thing, as did Mr. Trump just a year ago. He said this was an issue, and yet we're completely unprepared in almost every way. So we've never seen this kind of psychological action. And then what I meant early on when I said this is not like a recession, the typical recession is that, people feel poor, and then the government says, we have to get the consumer out spending again. So we, cut taxes, or we give them subsidies, or we do whatever we do. I would like to go buy some toilet paper. There just isn't any. So it's not like I need to, the government has to tell me to go out and buy things. There is nothing to buy right now. And secondly, would I go to a restaurant? I would hesitate. And I think it's just, it's okay to panic, and I think we have panicked. But when I go to the store and I come home with the box and I think, oh my God, who touched that box? And now I have to wipe the box down with alcohol, and it's probably crazy, especially given if it's really true that the death rate from this is 0.1%. We didn't even talk about, herd immunity and these other issues. So we've never seen it. I think that we have to make sure that the consumer feels comfortable. And to me, again, it's kind of up to businesses. And like I said, I don't think airlines coming back for a year. And so different businesses will have different opportunities. Hotels may be harder. I could imagine, retail stores having more non-touch items. You go in and maybe it's like you don't get to touch everything on the rack and then try on 7 things. And for a while, that's probably not going to happen. It's going to be you touch it, you buy it, and you don't return it. So the psychological thing is very, very difficult.
Yep, I agree. And I don't want to make a guess on how old you are, but I'm definitely in one of those top half of your graph green lines. So I agree. It's really difficult. To me, it's more of a worry than a logistical issue, just like you say.
Yes.
So thank you so much for being here today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, go ahead.
Hello, I have 2 questions. So my first question, we as a city, we depend highly on the tourists of this city. Can you give us advice on what other industries industries and businesses we should attract to encourage sustainable economic flow? So that's my first question.
Sure. I think you need to diversify. I mean, having just one particular area where people come, if all of a sudden they decide not to, you're in big trouble. So I think we've seen it, though. I think we've seen, with some tech companies coming in, Amazon, Google, that they're coming in. I think places like Appfolio have, Procore have really, Yardi, all these places have really generated a lot of enthusiasm. They seem to be very robust. So I think that's a very good sector. Retail, it's going to be here. It's going to change, but it'll be here. I'm not so worried about the retail space. One thing I do think that we have to consider is how many businesses now feel that their employees can work from home. And if you think that most of your employees can work from home, what's that going to do to office space, office prices, for office space? So we could see a much different sector in the office space, that maybe it becomes, residential or something else, but we could see a downturn in that if people believe that a quarter of their employees can just work from home. So those are the things we just have no clue about, but I think we should make sure we're diverse.
My second question is, what advice would you give to the local mom and pop stores?
Seek out, the Small Business Administration, get the loans. They're pretty good, very low interest, maybe 30 years. Some of them are forgivable if you maintain your employees. And, just hope and pray that this isn't more than a couple of months. Because, if it's 6 months, most of the mom and pop stores just, there's no way they can do it. So that's why we have to really figure out a virus-safe way to help them.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? I'll throw in a question again with thanks that you're here. So after the 2015 oil spill, the name Santa Barbara and disaster was out sort of worldwide, and we were worried, would people ever come back? And they did. And how is that kind of disaster different from a pandemic? And we rely on people from Southern California to drive up to Santa Barbara so they don't have to get in an airplane. That's my question.
Right. I think that's great. I mean, I just saw some new stuff from the Tourism Bureau, that basically said staycations or driving vacations are going to be way, way up. And they're expecting, I think, once this, goes through that, like I said, if no one's traveling by plane, I think we're going to get many, many people from Southern California coming up to Santa Barbara. And it doesn't look anything like the oil spill in terms of, there's no reason not to come to Santa Barbara. So I think that would be that's going to be a big plus for us. But again, we have to give, even people driving from there, we have to give them a reason to come. and it has to be safe and so they feel comfortable.
Thank you for your presentation and expertise today. And I think we're going to take a break, but we have a new economic development manager, and we're looking to your help, Dr. Rupert, as we do try to diversify our economy here in Santa Barbara, South Coast and the region. And that was a great question from Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez about we are always trying to make ourselves recession-proof and wow, pandemic-proof. Nobody ever thought that was coming.
Right.
And I'd like to thank
exactly
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez for suggesting that we invite you to make a presentation. But we want you back. And
it's a pleasure.
Thank you. Anything else on this item? We're going to take a break. So Dr. Rupert, you can stay with us if you want to hear from our new economic development manager. We'd really be grateful to have you. And our meeting, okay, great. Our meeting is in recess. Hi there. We will reconvene this meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Today's April 21st, 2020. We're in the middle of item number 4. Ms. Clerk, that was our coronavirus update. And we'll continue. Mr. Casey, will you start us off and let us know what's next on this item? Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Next, I would like to turn it over to Jason Harris. He is our newly appointed Economic Development Manager, comes to us from the city of Santa Monica. I'll let him introduce himself a little as well. He's got 20 years of experience in economic development as a profession, and so really appreciate that. So we'll turn it over to him. We'll also talk briefly about housing policy with George Buell at the concluding of his presentation as well. So at this point, I'll turn it over and welcome Mr. Harris.
Welcome, Mr. Harris. Go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, council members, members of the public, let me introduce myself, Jason Harris. I'm the city's newly hired Economic Development Manager. As Mr. Casey referenced, I recently held a similar position in the city of Santa Monica, California, just down the coast a ways, and oversaw a variety of economic development programs, worked with property owners to do public-private partnerships, supporting housing in downtown, oversaw the Santa Monica Pier, oversaw a buy local program, engaging our local businesses. We were the liaison and oversaw the agreements with 4 business improvement districts throughout Santa Monica. So a wide range of experience and look to apply that here in Santa Barbara. Prior to my service in Santa Monica, I also served the city of Phoenix, Arizona as the Deputy Director of Downtown Development and did some pretty exciting large capital initiatives working with academic partners, a number of housing developments, and working with cultural institutions as well. And just to maybe bring some conclusion to my background, I have a master's degree in business, bachelor's degree in economics. I served in the United States Peace Corps in Costa Rica and stayed in country, started a restaurant and built a bed and breakfast lodge. So I have development experience and small business operation experience. So I can empathize with the hospitality and the restaurant operators that are experiencing such hardship currently. So with that, if we could advance the next slide. So obviously just made the introduction to myself. Very happy to be here, excited to assist the community, businesses, working with property owners, advance the economic interest of the city. I'll be introducing Nina Johnson, who I'll be working in partnership with my efforts. She's going to speak to the city's immediate efforts to address the acute needs in the community, providing direct assistance to businesses on the recent council actions, as well as our communications efforts. I'll come back into the presentation and speak about our efforts on recovery here in the near term, hopefully working in promotion and activation, supporting the business community, transitioning soon thereof into revitalization initiatives, which are really the creation of this position in which we will be working kind of in tandem. That's engaging and implementing a wide range of kind of creative placemaking and long-term redevelopment initiatives for the city. And then I'll conclude with immediate next steps and be introducing Mr. Buell, who will give an update on the Community Development Department's efforts on the AUD program. Next slide, please. And then transition to Nina Johnson.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, are you there? There you are. Yes. Very good.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. I want to quickly recap some of the actions, as Jason mentioned, Council took immediately to give businesses some relief. As businesses closed with the state shelter-in-place order, we discussed with Council some immediate steps to help improve cash flow. So Council officially approved these actions on April 7th. On the slide, first, we have deferral of the TOT payments for 90 days without penalty. So these payments are going to be due on July 10th. That's available to 69 lodging establishments. And so far, as of last week, 45 hotels have requested a deferment. Next, Council also approved waiving the PBIA assessment for the downtown businesses for the first quarter of the year, so January through March. PBIA stands for Parking and Business Improvement Area. Downtown businesses pay the assessment for PBIA to operate the parking lots. This assessment amount for the quarter equates to about $250,000 in reduced revenue. Parking lots are currently free to the community, and so we've also suspended the monthly and commuter parking permit fees. So that is affecting basically refunds back for 830 employees for monthly parking permits, and then 470 parking permits for commuters. Altogether, that revenue, just so we have an idea of the numbers, it's about $142,000 a month for both amounts combined. I've also been asked to talk a little bit about our communication efforts. So next slide. Since the pandemic began, we've been putting out regular updates on all aspects of the emergency. As Mr. Casey had talked about, our organization, as soon as we reach an emergency, many of us take on different roles, and we are in that disaster response, emergency response mode. So our communications have kicked up quite a bit. The city we're putting out information just on public health updates and a wide variety of issues. In terms of business matters, where our agency is not often seen as the main go-to resource agency for the business community, but we play an important role to help connect people to the information they need, especially in the flurry of so many communications, really highlighting where people can go to find information quickly and efficiently. We've sent information out through a number of avenues. Of course, on the screen, we've got our website. We've been posting information on the city's website. If you go to our homepage, santabarbaraca.gov, you can see a number of updates for the pandemic overall, but specifically for the business community. This is on this specific screen, you have a resource summary of many different agencies that people can go to find the information that they need. We've also been highlighting a lot of information on the websites. There are information portals that Women's Economic Ventures, also known as WEAVE, and the Economic Development Collaborative have put together. They have very robust websites and that are updated regularly with new laws, new requirements, and tips and advice and how people can interact to get the help that they need. WEAVE and the Economic Development Collaborative also have hotlines, staff hotlines in English and Spanish, and their websites are also translated. So people can call in and schedule time to talk to a business advisor at no cost. And this is an important service for the community. I also want to mention that we send out updates through Twitter, Facebook, Nextdoor, our social media accounts, but email is our most common communication format. We send out about 30,000 emails that go out regularly as soon as we issue a news announcement. Overall, in English, when we send out announcements, we have an open rate of about 43%. And we just recently started a new email distribution list to the Spanish-speaking community. And you can go to our website /noticias. That email communication, we're excited to see, has a really high open rate of 65 to 70% so far, and all of the communication going to the Spanish-speaking community. So we're excited about that. And we're continuing to get the word out about that through the Spanish language media. They've been very helpful. We also know that many people in our community don't have internet access and don't use social media, and maybe they're getting too many emails, so they're going over this information. So we're currently designing a handout of general information in English and Spanish. We use the water bill inserts, and that information will be going out in those water bill inserts. And we're also printing additional copies to be available for handouts, so members of the public can get those, and the mayor and council staff can have those to distribute to any businesses that need them. One last thing is I just want to cover, some of the topics that we've been hitting in these communication items. This is the information you can find on our website. We talked about the emergency loan relief, and we've also have a compendium of webinars from various organizations from Visit Santa Barbara, the Chamber, WEAVE, EDC, and SCORE. There's so many different resources, and you can tune in every week to many of these organizations because they have a live webinar on a weekly basis, if not more. And also shopping local. We have a lot of information on our site that shows how can you support local stores, local restaurants, specialty food stores? How can we be there to support the farmers market? How do we do that in a way that's safe for the community and still maintains a social distance? So just wanted to highlight those areas. All of it can be found on our main website page and the screen that you have up right now. Okay, I'm going to turn it back over to Jason unless there are any questions.
Questions for Ms. Johnson at this point from our city council members? I don't see anyone. Thanks, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Nina, for your leadership and coordination.
It looks like Councilmember Gutierrez. A question for Ms. Johnson. Ms. Gutierrez?
I just wanted to say thank you for all of her hard work, because I've heard a lot of good comments from my district about the communication in Spanish. So it's really helping to get the word out. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. Okay, Mr. Harris, you're back on. Thanks.
Back on. Well, to continue with the conversation, so as Nina so comprehensively reviewed, and that there was a lot of information of resources and highlights that Nina highlighted. So I'd ask everyone, if they didn't take that all in, rewind, we'll have this video posted. You can go back through that, our website of directory, and we will be continuing updating, refining, and really being a communications portal. We are attuned and very focused on assisting businesses at this such critical time. So majority of businesses are actually closed. They have no revenue, have not had revenue since earlier mid-March. And we're obviously all watching the days till the stay-at-home order is lifted. We're also concurrently starting to focus on recovery and supporting the business community and the businesses individually in coordination of recovery, ultimately looking through promotion and activation, helping business recover and rebound as quickly as possible. That is going to be critical throughout the community and really supporting city operations as well. Along those lines, promotion and marketing campaigns, so many critical special events throughout the community have been either canceled or postponed. That's having a dramatic impact to those organizations and to the community at large, having access to those social gathering functions. But once we are able to assess what is the kind of new operating environment and the norm, and there was a lot of good conversation with Dr. Rupert prior to this presentation, we'll be assessing and adjusting as necessary. But really it will be critical to focus our promotion and our marketing once businesses are able to reopen in a phased reopening, whatever that looks like, so we can really support businesses and having as quick of a rebound and a resurgence of business activity to create a sustainable business year and really recover as much as possible. So we're focused on that and really looking to do what we can do to support that effort. Along those lines, targeting and coordinated with all the community groups that conduct those activities. And then just lastly, would be then on a longer term, midterm basis, starting to affect the efforts of business retention and attraction efforts to see what does this landscape look like once business does reopen, how many businesses are able to reopen, and really being focused and strategic to that. And just lastly, I'd give an example of facilitated targeted events. There's a local car club, Santa Barbara Cars and Coffee, that traditionally does a car kind of park location for their members. They have reached out to us, the city, and the downtown Santa Barbara group, and they're going to be starting and changing their operations to socially distance appropriately, but they're going to be doing a Friday cruise night going forward for their members, and in conjunction promoting and supporting the local restaurants and doing pickup to those types, to those businesses. Fridays evenings going on, that will create a great opportunity for folks to come out, still socially distance and be safe, but enjoy seeing those classic cars come through the downtown area. So that's just one example how we can kind of target and change some kind of current events, and that will just be the beginning of many more. So next slide, please. We are not waiting for this pandemic to subside and work through recovery. We are focused on the long-term revitalization efforts of downtown. And to that point, we will be engaging and implementing a variety of efforts here in the mid to long term. Part of that effort's engaging the business community, the property owners, and many stakeholders as we start to think about what is revitalization looking like, what are property owners evaluating in the long term as they assess what is the new nature of commerce and what creative ideas can we bring to bear to that. Along those lines, we'll be working with community development to develop and implement the revised AUD ordinance. Housing is really a critical asset to both diversify our economy, bring new marketplace activation into the downtown, supporting the business community by having residents here 24/7. It's amazing having the adjacent residents and neighborhoods to downtown, but really creating a little bit greater connectivity into downtown with housing, I think is really key. We'll also be really interested in exploring discussions with property owners about creative adaptive reuse of properties and looking at kind of non-traditional uses for commercial corridors. We have so many great academic higher education institutions, both locally and in the region, seeing where there's opportunities to explore partnerships, expanding to that, evaluating subdividing space, creative use of space. So there's really a great opportunity, and that creates kind of both uniqueness to space, vibrancy, obviously activation of the public realm. So trying to hit as many goals through those types of efforts. Another idea that, we're actually having a pilot plan for May that's now going to have to be rescheduled. We're looking for a September date, but the transportation group was working on a May cyclemania of transitioning and closing the southbound State Street, for instance, and activating that vehicular roadway as a pedestrian bicycle friendly roadway for a 4-day pop-up. Exploring those types of ideas, in the earlier conversations, looking creatively to see how we can expand the public realm to both be safe and people to enjoy themselves, but also maybe enhance public outdoor dining, possibly look at periodic sidewalk sales to boost that type of energy and activation and support businesses. So just a wide range of creative ideas that we can explore with stakeholders and businesses along the way. And then just finally, partnerships and approaches, beyond just looking at academic use as a new potential use for downtown. I'm really interested in exploring ideas with working with various community groups and nonprofits to explore a wide range of opportunities to where maybe they historically have had events or activities in various beach slots or maybe in parks where, hey, can we think about expanding and activating downtown with some of those activities and music events, et cetera. Next slide, please. So to that end, immediate next steps. The mayor is going to be convening a business advisory task force to really address the critical and acute needs that the business community is facing right now and looking to match the resources that are coming through the state and federal government, ensure that there's communication and understanding of how to access those programs and address the needs. Also start to pivot and understand the business needs for business reopening to ensure that we're all communicating how phased reopening may look like, what are the needs of the business to ensure that we're all communicating and coordinating appropriately. This is really an ad hoc short-term nature body to really take the advisement and input from businesses and business organization representatives to ensure that local government is supporting our local businesses. With that, we'll be transitioning to business outreach and coordination of assistance. That's continuation of that conversation with the businesses, and then in time coordinating with property owners to see what type of business attraction, retention type of efforts are needed. Overall, the key focus here is business recovery and reopening. We're laser focused on helping deliver that and support businesses during this transitionary period. And then just lastly, I'll introduce George Buell, who will join and give the council and mayor an update on support of housing initiatives in downtown and the update and schedule for revisions to the AUD ordinance. So with that, I'll end my presentation. I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Thanks. Are you ready, Mr. Buell?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay. You're a little soft. Can everybody hear him okay?
How's this? Is this better? I moved my microphone out a little bit.
Okay, that is better. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm George Buell, Community Development Director. I'd like to start off by just extending a wholehearted welcome to Mr. Harris and the benefit that he can bring to the city staff team. Having worked in other communities with economic development functions, I've seen how
how much benefit they can bring to the business community. And on behalf of the Community Development Department, I am so looking forward to the work that we can do together. Now, to that extent, over the course of a long period of time, and when I say long period of time, a matter of years, we know that there has been discussion on bringing additional residential units into the core of the downtown. There was some concern with that initially back when the AUD program was developed, just in terms of having a level of activity that the community wasn't quite comfortable with. Now, further on down the line, we know that the community is ready for this, and I'm pleased to report that through our long-range planning staff in the planning division, we are looking for ways to expedite the policy amendments that are necessary in order to accommodate additional residential development in the core of the downtown. I do want to mention that Renee Brooke, our city planner, is also ready to speak. So if there are any questions related to some of the details of the AUD program, she's ready to speak to that. Also, there is one project in particular, the redevelopment of the now vacant Staples building. And it may be beneficial for the council to hear how we're working creatively with that property owner in order to accommodate the development that works economically for the owner, but then also would obviously work really well with the community. Now, back to the amendments. We were on a schedule that looked to deliver the new policies to the city council at the end of this calendar year, so in the December range. Having understood where we are now in this new COVID type environment, we are prepared to put it on a faster track and bring it to the city council in September as opposed to December. And so with that, I think that we've seen a reduction of about 90 days in that process, and we look forward to continuing to work and doing our best to provide additional housing in the core of the downtown.
Were you going to talk about the Staples project?
We certainly can. I'll ask Renee to join us here.
Okay, and then we'll go to Ms. Harmon. Go ahead, Ms. Brooke. It's so nice to see you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. And thank you, George, for the introduction. Right, so we are looking at ways to expedite the process to make the AUD amendments to facilitate housing downtown. Since council gave staff that direction back in December of last year, when we're meeting with potential developers for downtown housing, we've been advising them that staff can support modifications to development standards if they're in alignment with what council had already directed, where we foresee the AUD amendments leading. So for example, a potential developer of the site where the Staples building is and the parking lot behind, we now have a pre-application in for redevelopment of the parking lot. They would retain all the buildings on the site and adaptively reuse the Staples building, at least in this preliminary proposal. So again, touching on a point that Mr. Harris made, and then redeveloping the surface parking lot with upwards of maybe 80 housing units and a parking podium to go with that. So we're very excited about it. We had given early indications to the developer that if they needed to request modifications of parking standards or other development standards that were in alignment with what we understood from council, we were willing to facilitate that. So that's what we've been doing on our end until we are able to bring formal amendments to the Planning Commission and council in summer and fall.
Well, I'll start with a question for you, Ms. Brooks. So we will create a pathway. I'm sorry, Ms. Harmon, I'm stepping in front of you. We create a pathway, a permitting process, review that facilitates and encourages housing development. What are the other obstacles there? I think the land is very expensive, and I'm just going to ask, sometimes you can knock down a building, just demolish it entirely and start from the beginning. What are the pros and cons of working with the building that's already there or starting afresh?
Sure, and I think each site has its own unique situations depending on how long the land has been held in one owner. In this particular site, I can relay what we were told by the developer in terms of the Staples building, that it would be more expensive, he believed, to demolish it and rebuild it. And so that was one reason why he was looking to reuse it in that particular instance.
Okay, very good. We'll go to Ms. Harmon. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Buell and Ms. Brooke. I want to talk specifically for a moment about the AUD amendment package. So I'll just start, and I was going to make comments to this effect later, but briefly to sort of explain the question that I'm about to ask. I really believe that one of the most fundamental things that a city can do in rebuilding a more sustainable economy following a crisis is to create a regulatory landscape that allows business and development to flourish while also protecting its character. So to that point, one of the things that's really important to me is that the minute we have the capacity to start up again, that people can really take advantage of these amendments, take advantage of the low interest rate, and get to building. So thinking about September for the package of amendments that there were near unanimity on, particularly with regard to the downtown, feels still quite far away to me. Is there anything we can do, or any subset of those amendments that we can fast track? And by that, I mean, get them through, and even if it's done in a sort of urgency way in June, so that the minute things reopen, people can take advantage of the interest rates and get to developing in a very, very quick and efficient way.
Certainly, I can begin to answer that, and George, if you want to add anything, feel free. Councilmember Harmon, we understand the urgency, and we have been talking internally. Even once we initially thought we could speed this up by 3 months, we've been talking even more recently about how else could we possibly even shave another month off. It's possible, just the nature of doing general plan and zoning ordinance amendments, it requires a minimum of 3 public hearings, one at the Planning Commission, and then the Ordinance Committee and Council. So that's our bare minimum timeline, is just lining out those 3 hearings. We do want to do a bit more of stakeholder engagement, just making sure people are back together on the same page where we left off in December. So we will continue to make every effort we can to tighten up that timeline if it's possible. And if it means some things might have to trail, we'll have to explain that. We went into our discussions with Council and the Planning Commission last November with a package that we felt like was a good compromise to try to meet a lot of the different community interest needs. We may have to explain, given this new reality we're in, we may need to approach that slightly differently and just tell the whole story about how if we take one package before the rest of the amendments, that we will ensure that those other concerns are addressed too.
Okay, so I'm just going to try to just make sure that I understand you. So I had sort of understood that the real meat of what was taking some period of time, some extended period of time, was the FAR component to these downtown. Is there any, from what I'm understanding from you, we can't press pause on that and move forward on the other pieces in a more expedited way? It all has to come forward at once. I will just say, I personally would be in favor of doing whatever we can to move forward on any amendments as soon as possible. If it means pressing pause on that piece, if that's possible, I would support that.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Harmon, that's exactly what I mean. The Florida lot area ratio component of this whole package will be the most time consuming. And so that's what we've been discussing internally, is if that takes a little bit more time and we continue working on that simultaneously with bringing to council the map amendments and the changes to the parking standards, we can do that. I feel responsible to a big sector of our community that we explained that the Florida lot area ratios would help provide some objectivity to these development standards and somewhat of a more predictable building envelope. But if it trails by a couple of months, I think that's reasonable. It will mean more work overall. Just, you know, I'll be honest about that. And anytime you split something up, there's you know, redundancy and that takes more time. But understood. I'm hearing it loud and clear to try to move forward as much as we can with at least the map changes and the parking incentives and those aspects.
And I appreciate that. And I'm sorry in advance. I know this whole pandemic has created such an incredible amount of work for so many people. To the extent that we do separate those pieces and push off the FAR to kind of the second phase of this new phase, when would be your best guess estimate for these other pieces to come forward? Is that still late summer, or is it those can come a bit earlier, do you think?
I think still late summer, just because of the way that the hearings line up with each other and the time between each hearing. Preparation for each hearing is a 3 to 4 week lead up to a hearing date.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Harmon, if I may,
go ahead.
And just to clarify that the Community Development Department is open, and construction is an essential part of the economy. Contractors have been allowed to remain at work over the course of the stay-at-home order, and we're doing our best to accommodate all contractors and all projects to the extent that they want to move forward. We are now accepting plans digitally, and that's making it very easy for our design community to submit plans to us, and then for us to distribute those plans and to begin checking them. I would also like to add that Mr. Aguilar, our business liaison, you know that he's been very busy assisting you and others in the community understanding what essential services are, and when people have questions, he's been answering those. He also has been holding down his normal workload with regards to answering questions of people who are looking to do projects or to change or improve their businesses. And so I know that type of activity has tailed off during the stay-at-home order, but he is still available and he is providing service and actively working in all these regards.
Okay, we're in our question period, and I know we'll have some public comment. So questions for Ms. Brooke, Mr. Buell, Mr. Harris. Go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Mr. Buell, I want to, I guess, echo a little more bluntly and ask for better explanation on the timeline. I'm looking at the city's website that has the 2020 AUD amendment list on them, and I've just kind of categorically looked at which one of them are dues that you're supposed to do from council direction and which ones you're supposed to study. And there's 11 dues and 4 studies, according to my perspective. And many of those dues have nothing to do with the consideration of form-based studying. They are just what I would call remedial ordinance changes having to do with parking, density, neighborhood parking thing, just all, they run the gamut of things. And I'm concerned just with kind of a generic presentation like this that doesn't address that list of how you're going to accomplish what, that not only am I just aghast that the best effort would not get us there until September, but that we're actually going to pretend and celebrate that a 3-month knock off that timeline is good, and we can't do better than that. So I'm still would like to hear why we can't do better than that, what we would need to do better than that in terms of resources, and why you're not asking for it.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I am going to have to defer on this one to Renee, who's been working most closely with our long-range planning staff as to the mechanics of the various directives from council and the amendment package.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. So I appreciate that. And believe me when I say we do want to work as fast as we can to try to get these amendments to Planning Commission and to the council. We do need to do some coordination with Public Works staff. We are meeting with them this week to talk about the parking incentives, and what was directed to staff was an in lieu fee and a fund and how those funds would be spent. And so we do need to develop some more details on that. We are working on that while we also go through the mapping exercise and do calculations of transferring the density. As we explained before, that if we're going to consider removing the priority housing overlay in certain parts of the community and adding it to others, we need to make sure we come out with a net gain. It's not to say that that takes an extended period of time, but we do just need to make sure we have that to be able to present with confidence. So those are the two main aspects that I see we would need to have draft code language to submit to the Planning Commission for their consideration. And again, I think the earliest we could do that at this point would be late May to the Planning Commission, and then the following hearings to Ordinance Committee and Council.
So what do you need to speed that up? Was one of my questions.
It's a good question. Staff
I mean, I get that the frame of reference you're using is what you have. And so my specific question is, if we want it to happen quicker, what do we need to do to make that argument to the decision people who would give you those resources?
Correct. And in terms of planning staff, we have the resources to do this work. We have Jessica Metzger is dedicated to this solely. We have Dan Gold and myself working on this. I know staff in other departments have a variety of other things they're working on, so I can't commit their time to this and other priorities they have. But and then aside from that, it's ensuring that when we present this to Planning Commission, that it can be as expeditious as possible. I understand the direction from council to try to expedite this, and so we'll do our part.
Okay, and then you actually mentioned two different things. You mentioned further stakeholder engagement, and then also the dynamic of getting to the boards or commissions. Why would you need further stakeholder engagement for not study items, but were clearly directions from council to go do? Why would that have to go back to the community for further discussion?
Perhaps I misspoke. So what I meant by that was I would want to explain to the stakeholders who we've already been engaging with about the Florida lot area ratio. I want to be able to explain to them why that would trail and what that would mean going forward. Just out of my professional responsibility, I want to be upfront about what that would mean if there's a delay to the FAR component. And we have stakeholders engaged and ready to help staff with that exercise. And so we definitely want to take advantage of that and work with architects in town and using examples of buildings already in our downtown environment that we deem successful and look to those for examples for future development. So it's really just a matter of circling back with those folks that we engaged throughout developing our recommendations and explaining to them why we're going forward in a different way with more than one package.
Okay, and then could one of you tell me where the NOVAC report status is, or what the NOVAC report status is?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, for the council's information as a reminder, we have hired the Novak Group to conduct a workflow organization study of the land development team. The land development team is comprised of staff from multiple different departments that are involved with the design review, planning, and plan check and inspection processes. And we continue to work on that. Long story short, Councilmember Jordan, the study should be complete at the end of May.
Okay, and then I recognize also too that you're going to do your work, then it's got to go to the city attorney's office. Is the support needed at the city attorney's office ready to go within the timeline that you're portraying that this will come back to council right now?
Are you speaking to the AUD amendments or the?
Whatever. I'm assuming most of that stuff for ordinance changes runs through the attorney's office too. You get support from there too?
Councilmember Jordan, this is Ariel Kalan, City Attorney. I'm
Thank
not
you,
able
Mr. Kalan.
to light up my camera because we're at the maximum number. We do have the staff to support whatever time frame the council wishes to pursue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. Next in line, Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we're in the question phase here, but I think because this is such we're talking about this issue, I guess I can pose it as a question. I do have a question. So FAR still matters to me tremendously. And it's actually only because of that I even moved forward to approve many of the other items in that AUD package that I would never have gone forward with if I had thought that FAR was not still a priority. So I would be one of those stakeholders you'd have to reopen and explain to why we were splitting it into two packages. And if it's the difference of costing a month or two to have it well considered and thought out and including that, I'm not in favor of splitting that into two. That the FAR to me is extremely important. And I may be alone in that, but I want to voice that. And so my question here is, now that we're sort of heading to a new reality, and it's already been mentioned a couple different times throughout this presentation, the reuse of the space, repurposing of not open space, but of available spaces, what's happening with Staples and turning that into development. Might it be a good time to sort of reconsider some of our incentives within that AUD instead of charging ahead with it in the old reality, maybe looking at where we can incentivize repurposing spaces specifically for housing? And that's just a genuine question, is in this new framework, is what we did with our amendments in the AUD package really what we want to be doing? And is it worth taking a pause to just reevaluate that? Still moving the whole package forward, still getting housing going, still looking for housing in the downtown. And I'm confident Mr. Harris is also really actively working towards that too. But it's a genuine question about, is this a good moment to sort of tweak the AUD yet again in terms of really emphasizing the reusing of what's going to be vacant retail space, or what we're anticipating might be. And then also just really with that, the FAR is the most important thing to me in this packaging. It doesn't make sense to me to build large projects without this FAR in place, and then have open retail spaces, vacuous open retail spaces that aren't being repurposed for housing. So I guess that's my question. I do hope for some feedback on that, on whether this would be a good time to look at prioritizing repurposing of spaces. Thank you.
Yes, I will take a shot at the first part of your question, Councilmember Snedden, and then I'll turn off my camera to let Renee speak to the FAR issue or question that you raised. With regards to the timing, this is our moment to do this. And I in if there was ever a moment where we needed to move fast with getting housing policy amended to make it easier to develop residential development in the core of the downtown, now is it. We heard the presentation from Dr. Peter Rupert, and we have very, very difficult economic times ahead. And as one of you, I think it was Councilmember Harmon, spoke to the economic sustainability of the city and getting more people into the core of the downtown who can patronize the businesses that survive is going to be exceptionally important for all of us and to the community, because I think what we'll see come to fruition over the course of time is one of the key recommendations that downtown Santa Barbara heard in their presentation. They presented it to council a number of years ago, that we need to see more and better uses in the downtown that will draw locals back into town. And we also heard that echoed by the Cosmont group last summer. And this is all part of that repurposing of that space. And I would be disappointed professionally if we were to not move as expeditiously as possible in amending our AUD ordinances. And now I'm going to back off and let Renee speak to the FAR.
Ms. Brooke, are you there? There you are. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. And just to add a bit on to what Mr. Buell said in terms of your question, Councilmember Spedden, and whether or not this is a good time to try to incentivize reusing existing buildings. And some of the direction that council provided to staff does do that in terms of reducing parking standards and open yard standards. We explain that as not only helping to incentivize housing downtown where land cost is high, but also reusing those existing buildings. So making those existing buildings more suitable for residential use if they don't have to meet the more rigid development standards that you might have if, it's a greenfield building brand new from vacant land. In terms of FAR, yes. And so FARs will provide objectivity to developers in the community of what to expect in different parts of town, whether, downtown, certain blocks have a different FAR versus Milpas versus Upper State Street. And we do intend to continue to go through that exercise in developing those numbers. In general, providing more objectivity in the design review and the development review process is not only beneficial to developers, but it's also the trend we're seeing with all the state legislation. Everything is pointing towards objective design standards. And so I would say very confidently, we'll be moving toward that direction either way. We'll need to do that. We rely on our Historic Landmarks Commission right now, a discretionary review body, to give that thorough review and make sure that these buildings are compatible with the neighborhood. And we'll need to add some objective standards to their review too, for sure.
Thank you so much. And then just to follow up, how close are we on those in that historic ordinance? Where is that?
I'm very happy to report. I don't want to jinx this, but we are planning to release the proposed amendments to the Historic Resources Ordinance on April 29th. We'll be at the HLC to kick off the public review period for that. And
congratulations. Thank you. Good news.
And much thanks to the City Attorney's Office. They've really put a lot of resources into this to make sure we can get this one out the door.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Harmon, and I know Ms. Gutierrez is waiting, and Mr. Friedman wants to ask questions too. Go ahead, please, Ms. Harmon.
Thank you. Just two very quick follow-ups. First to Ms. Brooke, when I was talking about fast tracking the AUD amendments, I had been envisioning that we would just take the downtown specific amendments that are applicable in the CBD. I was not talking about, for example, downzoning Milpas on a fast track. And I'm wondering, you made some mention that part of the timeline that it just will be getting that right. You know, we don't want to subtract housing without adding it. So if we don't do any subtraction and we're just talking about the addition in the CBD, does that change or influence your timeline? That's what I had envisioned, downtown only.
Okay, thank you for that. It might not change the timeline that greatly, but we would want to make sure that if we took the downtown on its own and added theoretical density to the downtown area, knowing that these later amendments would come regarding Milpas and then the state portion of State Street between Mission and Sola, that we could still balance those following amendments, and we wouldn't end up with density deficit. But we could do those calculations and make sure that we can get there.
Awesome. And then forgive me, I always get this a little bit confused. The historic resources ordinance is different from the objective design standards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so what's the status on the latter? Presumably having those would also be supremely helpful to folks that are looking to sort of utilize existing state laws and to do so in a way that respects the character of our community. Can we get an update on where those are?
Yes, you can. So the objective design standards, the scope of this initial work on the standards was directly in response to Senate Bill 35, which is now over 2 years old. So it's a specific set of standards for the type of project that could take advantage of that streamlined process. We actually had public hearings scheduled at the design review boards right before we canceled board and commission meetings for a couple of weeks, but we are ready to go to HLC and ABR in May. I believe we already have tentative dates set for May, so we can get that rolling again. And like I said, it's a subset. It's not the larger work effort, which we'll probably need to do at some point down the road that would apply citywide. These are more very specific to a certain type of project.
Understood. Well, I would love to see that in mid-May. And then my final question quickly, I think is from Mr. Casey, perhaps. And someone mentioned the NOVAC report, and is that coming to us before we have the conversation, the budget conversation related to community development? Because to the extent that report says, we really do need to devote resources differently, allocate them differently, or more resources, that would certainly be helpful to us in understanding in advance of that budget conversation. Do we know whether we're getting that report before the budget conversation or after?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, just given the timing of how everything played out, we had originally hoped to have it done before we headed into the budget. Our budget presentation is on May 18th, and it will not be completed before our budget hearing. And I would go back to the budget presentation when Mr. Casey was addressing the council. We know that we're going to be back in front of the council in very short order. And at that time, we would be looking to that study, the recommendations therein, and how we, as a land development team, will need to change the way that we're doing certain things in order to provide better and more consistent service for our customers.
Okay. I really wish we could have gotten that before the hearing.
Yeah,
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Harmon, I mean, we would have pre-coronavirus, and that's how it was set up. And we've lost a month repurposing how we do business and all that other stuff, and no travel. And so it's complicated. And quite honestly, I think the focus of the study is going to change a little bit now, because I don't think adding more general fund resources is going to be a great option when we've just talked about the millions of dollars of deficit that we're trying to balance. And so to some extent, it's going to be challenging Novak and the team over there of, okay, what do we do more simply and more efficiently rather than just putting resources at something?
Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question is for Mr. Harris. Is he still available?
Yes, I am.
Hello.
Hello.
What types of solutions do you have to help spread the attraction towards the downtown area. And I have a couple of questions, so I'll just let you answer.
Yeah. Well, a couple of things. I have a lot of ideas. Have reference to various experiences, and so my ideas are to engage community stakeholders. That's organizations, but that's also non-traditional groups that may have historically not engaged in downtown, residential groups throughout the city, schools, et cetera, to really explore how can we best activate downtown and really expand that user experience in creative ways. So that's kind of one just kind of approach I would describe. Two, I would go all in with the efforts the city has been making. So if you reflect back, Nina Johnson doing a great job of coordinating special events, the long leash event and activating the underpass. I think that's a really creative, great idea. We should pursue those types of activations more. I think longer term, looking to create public art in the public realm, utilizing lights, just creating a more interesting visual experience is also just creating unique opportunity. Working with property owners and community development, exploring the ideas of different types of activations, pop-ups, utilizing the public right-of-way in different ways, the ideas of, and I say all of this really not having a lot of organizational experience of what we can and can't do, and if we can't do it, why, and exploring those. But all ideas both to create unique experiences for residents to come and enjoy the downtown and maybe in non-traditional ways, but also helping support businesses. So maybe doing a temporary use permit to allow sidewalk sales, for instance, if the businesses were interested in doing that, or supporting and looking to create buskers or street music in different activations, working with community groups to just engage downtown. So those are just some initial ideas.
So you mentioned non-traditional. So this is an idea. Have you looked into working with some of those building owners to reduce their lease costs to help promote local, up-and-coming entrepreneurs that live here?
So how the city helps facilitate private property interest and changing their pro formas or their expectations on what they're looking to attract and generate in income is a substantive policy issue, because that ultimately involves either incentivizing a user to underwrite their rent or incentivizing the property owner to underwrite the income that they could generate at a higher market rate. And so, going into a period where we're not necessarily having financial resources or looking to maybe reduce financial revenues that could be coming into the city in some other means, I think means that we're going to have to get really creative. I think looking at entitlement process, so having this conversation, we've been speaking pretty extensively on the AUD and housing, but also just looking at our zoning as far as what other kind of creative land use entitlement mechanisms do we have that could also maybe be of benefit to property owners that assist their kind of private property decision making to facilitate those types of activations. Because I would agree in concept that bringing in kind of the maybe non-traditional, aka nonprofits that would not necessarily have the means to pay a state street rent, but we'd also want to balance that perspective of bringing in user groups that are helping activate the public realm. And so, retail is one of those activations that's open throughout the day and into the evening, and it attracts pedestrians and consumers to come in and frequent their business, of always being thoughtful of what other uses are kind of creating that type of activity in the public realm. And so what we really don't want is a 9 to 5 type of business that closes its doors at 5 o'clock and goes dark, and then it's really just a dead space in the evening. But it could look like maybe creative ideas of subdividing space, for instance, and is that allowed in the building code? And if not, why? And what could we explore? And could a variety of groups kind of do a cooperative, for instance, and subdivide space and utilize it, and maybe one group uses it in the evening, another group uses it in the morning. So exploring those types of ideas are one function. Going back to one reference point I made, academic use that has both day and evening activations. And it typically does have some type of commercial activity, be it bookstore, et cetera, study hall functions, et cetera. And so, and they don't also need, prime, street frontage. So they could be a second story or maybe a rear use to some spaces. So kind of exploring that range of, what types of users and uses would be allowed. And if they're not allowed currently, then what can we do to change the zoning?
And then my second question is, what is your vision for a district like mine that has a very variety of different businesses? So I covered the Funk Zone, part of downtown. I also have Haley and Milpas. Yet then again, in those neighborhoods is a large Latino community that lives there. Can you share a little bit of your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the one thought is you may have one district, but you have a number of sub-districts. And I think taking a kind of wholesale perspective is probably not necessarily the most strategic. So, I would see, working with the business owners on Milpas and their community and their consumer and resident base, supporting them and what are their needs for marketing, promotion, city services to tailor their needs. And similarly, Funk Zone has a specific set of needs and interests, and how, from a city service operational standpoint, can we both aid in supporting that business district, but then also how can we best help coordinate and message? And then collectively as a city as all, we should have overarching things. And, a broad overarching thing is buy local and promoting to our residents of supporting our businesses throughout. That being said, there is a slight different context. Neighborhood serving commercial corridors such as Milpas and Upper State Street and the business corridor in the Mesa, that's really associated to direct neighborhood services supporting that immediate neighborhood use. And that has a slightly different context of support and messaging versus maybe the Funk Zone or State Street that has both a combination of community at large, but also does have visitor serving functions. And so there is a little bit of nuance between the sub-districts, as it were, of how we can both communicate, brand, market, and support, but then also be really tailored and strategic about the sub-districts and sub-commercial districts throughout the city and what are their needs. And I look forward to both working with all the council members and engaging businesses within their districts, and then also, the broad consortium of business organizations. This community is really blessed with such creative talent and such hardworking businesses and property owners and community residents that want to give back. That I've been here now this is my 4th week, but first 3 weeks, I've been having folks call me unsolicited, offering their services and help support the community and my initiatives and ideas to further the prosperity and economic interest of the city. So that's, really just such a welcoming sign that residents want to give back. And if we call their action to helping support our businesses and help our businesses recover from this complete business closure, I'm hopeful that they will respond and look forward to helping facilitate that.
And then my last question, I don't know if you might have these answers, but does anyone know about the commercial vacancy rates that we have now? And how many of those tenants stop paying the rents, and how many of those property owners defaulted to pay their property taxes?
Sure. So from a kind of a commercial real estate standpoint, I haven't seen any data come forward. And I don't know if we would at this point, because a default of a business tenancy takes some time to work through. And that is, an individual business and individual property owner conversation and relationship. I have heard from some businesses that their property owners are being flexible and willing to defer rent. I've heard anecdotally that's not the case for other businesses. I actually am having a conversation with a group of property owners tomorrow, so I'll get a better perspective and handle. We know through the Cosmont study that was produced last year, kind of where retail tenancy was at and what the vacancy rate. But I would make the analogy that right now we have a forest fire burning throughout our business community with business closure happening. And when the fire subsides and when the stay-at-home orders are lifted, we will get a better assessment of how many trees have burned and what does that forest look like and what is the environment. And it's going to be heart-wrenching to understand what that impact has been in the community. Obviously, we know the critical acute impact right now because majority of many businesses are closed, or at least the retail-based ones. But when the stay-home orders lifts, how many have been able to sustain and carry forward, operating expenses is minimal, as they have, and rely on the reserves, and how many were able to access the federal assistance coming forward.
Thank you. I would really appreciate if you can get me some sort of numbers on those vacancy rates, please, because
Okay.
I'm actually going to have a meeting with a couple business owners in my district. So it'd be nice. Thank you.
And before we go to Mr. Friedman, I think that would be part of your work, Mr. Harris, right? Keeping track of commercial vacancy rates and empty storefronts. And so that we're so glad you're with us. Go ahead, Mr. Friedman.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll start with Mr. Harris, then we'll go back, since you're here, and then go back to community development. But you mentioned some of the other more neighborhood business corridors. So you and I had talked briefly about it, but I just wanted to get just an initial thought on with the redevelopment coming for La Cumbre Plaza. And there's the Sears parcel, as we discussed, but then there's the specific plan that the council has asked the property owners, because there's multiple owners of the whole plaza, to go forward in the coming year. And it's been delayed, obviously, because of COVID, but it's going to come up. If there was another retail, and this comes to conversations I've been having with a few just business owners and others in town, if La Cumbre Plaza was to be another retail center, could that undermine possibly what we're trying to do downtown with some retail, but others, because we're such a small community in terms of having one area up at La Cumbre, one downtown, one in the Funk Zone, and might we want to consider a lot of more creative uses for La Cumbre Plaza, not just the retail that it's historically been?
I would agree with you, Councilmember Friedman, that it would be very questionable if the property ownership development group was coming in and proposing any substantial amount of retail. A lot of development, depending on its nature, even housing, sometimes does want some component of retail as a neighborhood serving use, be it the coffee shop, the nail salon, the dry cleaner, those types of neighborhood supporting services. But if they're proposing something that was, and it's conceptual in the context of the site, et cetera, but if there was a proposal that had a substantial amount of retail, and I think we would want to put a hard question of what is that retail marketing strategy and what is the use, and really evaluate that. Because one thing we know, the Cosmont study identified that we were overbuilt with retail. And that is also a representation of the United States is overbuilt in retail. And that's why we're seeing La Cumbre Plaza close. Malls are, we just have too many malls in the United States. And that's really not how the consumer is really wanting to experience retail going forward. So I think, evaluating the amount of retail would definitely be a hard question we would want to put forward to the developers.
All right, thank you. We'll talk about that more, but now I'm going to shift over to community development and want to go back to the discussion about the AUD in particular, and kind of follow up just to give Mr. Casey, Mr. Buell, Ms. Brooke, just my thoughts on the discussion with the AUD and whether or not to bifurcate it, but or enhance it. I'm of the opinion of my colleagues, Mr. Jordan and Ms. Harmon, that we should give the resources that we can, in particular for a couple of things to speed those up. And the reasoning is that we need to, when we come out, if we don't have those in place, no one's going to come forward until we have them in place. So you're delaying that economic planning recovery because people want more certainty when they're coming in. In particular, I'm looking at the November 14th council matrix where we voted on the 24 different items of for the AUD amendments. And I'm just going to name a couple of them, and we've already talked about them for the most part, but the high density priority overlay in the CBD was a 7-0. And I appreciate Councilman Harmon's question about if we were just focusing on increasing it, whether that would have any impact. And I've already answered that. But my question is, I want to name a couple and I'll get to the question in a second, but the number 4 was the allowing of the parking and lieu fees. And then the question comes down to, is there a way that we could speed those up? And then what would if we took the FAR and delayed it, originally it was going to all come back in December. So even if we sped up those components that I just mentioned, how much would it delay the FAR beyond December? Because that's where the real delay would come in, if there would be any estimate on that.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, there's Renee.
Hi, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman. I'd be making an educated guess at this point, because if we're going to focus our resources on this first package and trying to get that to council in July or August, certainly we'll have less time available to be working with our stakeholders on the FAR component. I'm guessing December, January at the earliest to sort of then shift gears and put our major efforts into that and whatever else might trail or come up as a result of these hearings too.
That's helpful, because I think when we're looking at if we are going to bifurcate it and the FAR question, because I think it is a very important question. I agree with Councilwoman Sneddon on it, is that you have to look at the December timeline originally that it was going to come back, and then it's delayed from there. So I just want to say, if we're delaying it, and it can come up earlier or not, it's just given that original timeline. The other question I had for you, it was items 15 and 16, which on the matrix, and item 15 was extend the expiration of the trial period for the AUD beyond the unit cap, and then remove all language on the trial period. I think those are critical issues, because if there's still a trial period on there and it goes away in a year or so, that's also not going to provide the certainty that we have to get this jumpstart that we need. So can you speak to the trial period? Is that still something we have to address, or are some of these state issues about the no net loss? I mean, that's a question I've had for a while, is with the no net loss, if we have the trial period and all of a sudden it goes away, the AUD, and we lose all that density, we would be in violation of the no net loss. So can you speak, is that an item we would have to fast track, or is that going to take care of itself?
Councilmember Friedman, I'd like to intervene on that one.
Okay.
What you're asking is a difficult question that has some serious legal ramifications. So I'd like to answer that in writing confidentially for you, if I might.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. That was all my questions, but so it's questions now, so that's all I have.
Thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My questions are for Mr. Harris. Hello. You had mentioned a few times the Cosmont report, and I was just curious as to how much you feel like that's still applicable considering our current situation. That was done, over a year ago now, and just want to get your input on that.
Yeah, well, it obviously was a baseline, and now it'll be the baseline we hope to get back to, if you can imagine that, right? And there was concern and consternation about the amount of vacancy and the conditions and the issues that were identified. I really don't want to forecast a really negative tone of what we could be looking at, but I'm hopeful that the business closures are not that severe, and hopefully the property owners are willing to be flexible with the tenants, and that those property owners have flexibility on their end as far as having mortgage obligations that they're able to work out as well, and what that economic relationship exists. That being said, the report also identified a lot of operational systemic issues that we can improve, and we're focused on that and working towards that. But we will have to make a substantive assessment of what is the condition of the commercial corridor kind of post recovery. And I am forecasting, I think we should be prepared, because both, one, we won't know until the stay-at-home orders lifted and businesses are able to resume some level of operations, and what businesses actually turn the lights on and turn the open signs, turn the open for business signs over. The other thing to prepare is also potentially expecting that, we're reaching the high points of commercial activity, summer, and then for retailers, the holiday season. And when you look at sales activities, those are really the two high peaks. And so back to that analogy, the forest is burning. How many trees will burn? What's the condition of the forest thereafter? But then how many trees, aka businesses of representation of businesses, will be severely damaged, and many businesses were recovering just from the Thomas Fire and ate up many reserves, and we're just now getting to a point of kind of rebuilding, and so they're not going to have a lot of wherewithal to withstand a substantive closure period, which we're currently under. And my hope is that we'll have a strong reopening, that we can focus all our efforts. I highlighted those intents in the presentation. But then if they don't have the level of business activity and amount of revenues to carry forward, and the holiday season isn't as strong as we can hope, we could look at a second wave of potential business closures coming in the first part of 2021 after the holiday season's over, because then we'll go into another stretch of first quarter is typically the lowest period of retail sales and business activity per se. So I think we need to be prepared and anticipate that. And really that was back to my descriptions of being very focused and targeted with activations and promotions, marketing, events, of really to kind of crowdsource and focus as much energy really in that critical 6 to 9 month period to really help sustain business reopening and recovery as much as possible to get us to next summer of 2021, that we can really look to support our business community to get to summer of 2021. And by that point, hopefully a lot of just the stay-at-home orders, a lot of the potential concerns that the public may have about going back into the public realm will have dissipated, and maybe we're looking at business as usual at that point.
Thanks. Have you been studying or looked into our current ordinances and how they affect local businesses, and whether or not some should be, re-looked at?
I am starting that process right now, and so both internally with our community development department, but also getting input from the business community. And actually meeting with property owners tomorrow. So I'm getting perspective from all three parties, internal businesses and property owners, and kind of be accumulating all of that data and experiential input.
And earlier you stated when you first were introducing yourself that you lived in Costa Rica. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So are you pretty fluent in Spanish?
I am fluent. I think people understand me. My grammar is, so-so, but I can get the point across and hold a conversation.
That's pretty exciting to hear. I'm sure you're aware that almost half the population is Spanish speaking. So a lot of them work for the local businesses and run a few of their businesses. So I'm sure that's going to be really vital to our community. So thank you.
I look forward to engaging, the cross section of our community, and just really eager to support all elements and really be responsive to all the needs in our community.
That's good. Yeah. Good job, Paul Casey.
Okay, sounds good. Well, Mr. Harris, you were almost upstaged by all of our questions related to housing, but I think you made a comeback there. So, Ms. Clerk, do we have members of the public who want to speak? Did Mr. Birdie hang in with us? And now's the time, right, Mr. Casey? We're done with presentations. Okay, so let's go to public comment. And Ms. Clerk, I'll let you take over.
Very good. Madam Mayor and Council and members of the public, we are now looking for public comment on the coronavirus update. Please indicate using the raise your hand function in the GoToWebinar software that you'd like to speak on this However, I assume that everybody that's left would like to speak on the item. So we'll go through just with the speakers that are left in the order it appears here. I'll read the list now, and we'll come back to people if they're not ready when we get to them. Everyone has 3 minutes. Please unmute yourself when I call on you and turn down the volume on your TV. Anna Marie Gott, I see you have your hand raised, but you have not entered your PIN, so please do so. We'll come back to you. Ellen Bildson, same thing. Please enter your PIN if you'd like to speak. Gabriel Escovedo will be next, followed by Jim Nell, Richard Bertie, Tom Patton, and Tom Phillips. So I'm coming back to Gabriel Escovedo. Oh, he has dropped off. All right. Next we have Jim Nell. Mr. Nell, I will unmute you. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. This is regarding well, here, I sent an email to you, correct?
Mr. Nell, we did receive that message and that was forwarded on.
Could you read that into the record? Because I think that's what my question is.
We could read it into the record. Is that your request?
Or I can just, it's recorded, right?
Yes,
so let me just
go
say
ahead.
this. I mean, I was reading the News Hawk today, and I was struck to see that you're forming a business advisory team for downtown Santa Barbara. And I can't believe how you can put something like that together, to put a team together without some of the largest stakeholders in downtown Santa Barbara. I'm thoroughly frustrated and angered that this was done without even a discussion. You excluded and alienated a group of people up until now have tried to support your efforts. Your choices are concerning and disappointing as you continue to disregard the very support you need to move this city forward with ones that have the biggest stake in Santa Barbara, and that's the property owners. And I'm thoroughly frustrated because we are a big block and you can't do what you want to do without us. You are alienated, you're alienated us, and you are continuing to alienate us. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Very good. We'll go to the next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Richard Bertie. Mr. Bertie, please go ahead.
I'm here. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'd like to repeat what Jim Cannell did for the record. I stand behind that. But I want to ask one question. What does FAR stand for? I looked it up. I can't find it. FAR?
We will answer your questions after public comment. Thanks. Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to speak to that. One of the things I would like to recommend is that Mr. Harris look at the way we run the work week of the planning department. They work not 5 days a week. They work 4 days a week and they work long hours. Most of us that need their assistance work 5 and 6 days a week. The other thing is architects can develop a set of plans to submit in 6 months. And once they're submitted, it may take a year to 2 years to get it finally approved. I've experienced that. And this is ridiculous. I listen to these people talk. The other thing is they're going to hire an independent another independent expert to review the structure of the building department. That should be done under the auspices of a grand jury, not under the auspices of the staff or the management. You don't hire somebody to check what you're doing and then tell them what you want done. It's got to be a separation. So it should, in my opinion, be done by the grand jury. Grand jury hires them, asks them to do the work, and get an independent report. The talk of raising property taxes. You're going to break the back you already broke. But property taxes are not just the landlord's expense. It's all of the tenants. People that rent apartments, people that rent businesses. It's all of them that'll pay it. You've got to look at your budget. You have to trim it. And I'd like to thank Paul Casey for finally volunteering. I think he did. He said he'd consider it, but I think he means it, cutting his salary by 30%. This should have been done a long time ago before you started firing little people. In my business, I'm helping my tenants at my expense. And I've been trying to help them even before the pandemic. I've let people stay in some of our spaces for no rent to see if they could try something. They failed. But I just see government more as a burden in this town than a service. And I'll close it at that. I'm not happy, and I'm especially unhappy with you, Mayor Murillo, for coming up with this committee you formed in silence. We were close to you, we advised you, we met with you, we gave you money, and you don't even include us. We are major, major, major parts of the downtown. We've been down there for 40 years. We know the problems. And you leave us out. Embarrassed for you. Shame on you. I'm through.
Thanks.
Through.
Your time is up. Thanks.
You don't have to tell me. I'm through. Bye.
Ms. Clerk, next speaker, please.
Okay, our next speaker is, let's see, Eric Davis. Eric Davis, we are going to unmute you. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Hello, everyone. Mayor Murillo, I hope you're all safe and well, and thank you for all you're doing for our city in this time of pandemic. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I'm Executive Director of TV Santa Barbara, and I want to call in and offer our support in any way we can. Most recently, we're we had 27 museums in Santa Barbara County on us to see if we can help provide video services to help tell their story, to get the word out about what they're doing, to provide some virtual trainings, to teach them how to use equipment and cameras so that they can continue to tell their story while we're shut down. So we agreed to do that with all the major museums here in Santa Barbara and throughout the county. And I just wanted to offer that to the city, if there are any businesses that we can provide training for, offer video services at no cost, help get the word out to really support our local businesses. So if there's anything that we can do as TV Santa Barbara, as a local community media access center, please know that we are here for you. We are set up with remote access tools similar to what we're using, and we can provide training. We could help businesses in a variety of ways. So I just wanted to call in and say thank you. I know these are incredibly challenging times, and if your community access center can be of support in any way, from production to training to video services, just know we're here to provide that at no cost during this pandemic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Davis. Ms. Clerk?
Okay, next we have Anna Marie Gott. Ms. Gott, I will go ahead and unmute you. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
I agree. There is basically no public transparency with this new downtown committee. There was no public discussion, no representation of anyone on the HLC because think about where we're talking about, the downtown and the development that's going to occur there. There's also no representation for the neighborhoods surrounding the area or renters. You need to have community support, and that just doesn't include the property owners or the business owners. It also includes all the people that will patronize those areas. Regarding the NOVAC group report, I actually talked with a gentleman by the name of Jonathan, and you know what I found out? There is no evaluation of the competency of the staff. So one of the big issues that we recognized was that if you walk into the planning department and you ask a question of 5 different people, you'll pretty much get 5 different answers. And it doesn't matter the day of the week that you go in and ask that question. So we are not addressing the core competency of the staff. And I know from having asked the HR department that they have no way and they do not measure competency. So that's a huge failing. And more importantly, I brought up another issue today, which is just even the competency of someone to create minutes for a meeting. That still isn't happening. So we are getting inaccurate meetings that are passed by boards that don't even stand up for themselves, nor do they even look or review the minutes before a meeting compared to the actual meeting video itself. Regarding the AUD, I think most of this meeting really was tone deaf. The reason I say that is because we are in a pandemic that is going to completely change everything that we do, every way we interact, and to push forward AUD amendments right at this time, I think is very short-sighted, especially when vested rights can last for years. Someone is demanding that we actually separate Milpas from the downtown. Well, if you're talking about no net loss housing, we're simply moving density from Milpas to the downtown, and that's kind of required. You know, there's also another thing that I don't think people understand, which was when the emergency declaration happened, there was a trigger of a new requirement regarding CEQA, and that you have 90 days after the pandemic is actually emergency is lifted to go in and challenge any CEQA problems. So I really think that Ms. Senden got everything right in what she was asking for, which would delay things a bit.
Ms. Clerk, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be Tom Phillips, Mr. Phillips, and we also have Ellen Bildston and Teddy Bugos coming up. Mr. Phillips, please go ahead.
I don't have a question. I'm just observing.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Thank you, but it's been very interesting.
Thank you very much. We will go to Teddy Kabugos after that. Finally, it would be Ellen Bildston. Ms. Bildston, if you wish to call in, please do enter your PIN. I've sent that to you. You also could do that by entering #204# into your phone. Okay, now we're going to go to Mr. Kabugos. Mr. Kabugos, please go ahead.
Thank you so much again, and sorry to come in so much later, but I just wanted to ask, and it's been on my mind, if we could put an agenda item on calendar for our team to come in and to talk about those solutions and proposals as spoken about earlier.
Your suggestions about cannabis businesses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please send me an email and I'll work with you on that. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Bildston is next. Ms.
Yes,
Gorman?
Ms. Bildston, last chance. If you want to call in, you need to enter your PIN, and you would do that by entering #204#. And Madam Mayor, I'm not seeing that she's available to speak, so those are all of our speakers.
Okay, we'll close this item, or we'll close the public comment part of this item. And I had a response to Mr. Birdie, what is FAR? So that's floor area ratio. And it has to do with the size of a property and the size of the building that you put on it. So Mr. Jordan, you were on our planning commission. Did I say that just right? What floor area ratio is? Okay, so, and then before we go to comments, I did want to say to Mr. Cannell that our business advisory task force does include a commercial property owner who has worked on State Street, has State Street and downtown property interests. And then the meetings that I've been having with the property owners, I will continue to have those. And for anyone who has wanted to be on the task force, and we have 16 people. We need to keep it at a manageable number. So anyone who wants to be on it and cannot, Mr. Harris and I are meeting with them separately and asking them for their ideas. So, and this will be a short-term group because we need to turn around a recovery plan quickly and actually work with the county of Santa Barbara, which a couple of days ago on one of their conference calls said they are preparing an economic recovery plan that they want to forward to the governor. And so there's some real urgency for the group to get its work done. So it's short term, and the relationships that Mr. Harris is forging with the property owners, with the business owners, with the brokers, with everyone will continue. That's what's so exciting about his work, is that it's ongoing. And then I guess we should talk about that there will be a robust public participation function with the task force and everything that Mr. Harris does. And I'm not sure if we have a slide of the email address, which is covidrecovery@santabarbaraca.gov, and everyone can send us their ideas that way. So I'll stop talking there, and it looked like Mr. Jordan had his light on first, so to speak. So Mr. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hopefully I won't set a tenor for everybody else. You know, I'm just so frustrated. I've heard today from some people that staff members who I respect immensely, but I draw a couple analogies, and that's to, one of them is to the biannual Planning Commission and City Council meetings where concerns are voiced, heads are nodded, and then everybody leaves the room with nothing being done. I've also seen that at council in the past. Our lack of action or our inability to move forward quicker on some of the things that were talked about today don't match the tenor of the concerns that we've spent the last couple hours hearing about. We need to find ways to do things, not find ways to talk about why we can't do things. And particularly, I just heard the Novak study is pushed back because of the pandemic issue. I, for the life of me, can't imagine what's happening between now and the end of May that is going to be resolved because of the pandemic situation. There is no more travel happening in the next month. There's no more on-site visits that's going to happen in the next month. And it's extremely frustrating, both that that is not coming in on time and that it's also lagging behind the budget process. The issue of prioritization on work within community development on the AUD amendments just is a level of bureaucracy reply that I'm unable to fathom why it exists. If you look at the website and look at the 20 some items that are on that list, most of them have been directed to do by council. Some of them involve study. Some of them involve coordination with the other items, but there are many on there that can be pulled out and done what I think is immediately. And I think there's a hesitation to realize or accept that we're going to possibly do amendment after amendment after amendment over the next year, rather than just wait until we have a bunch of work product and do one nice amendment. I'd be interested, in fact, I'll just make the motion after this. I'd like to move that this particular subject and a better detailed discussion of the AUD amendments and any nexus items to those come back for a discussion next week, and staff brings us a reasoning for the delay and works in that next week to look for remedies to speed that up on an item by item basis. So I'd make that motion.
Mr. Jordan, can we wait to hear what everyone else has to say, please? I hear your passion, but I'd like to have some respect for everyone else to say what they have to say.
Very good. I'll be putting my light back on again then.
Mr. Friedman, you're next, please.
Thank you. Wasn't quite expecting that, but I'll speak to that in a second. First, I wanted to talk about one is say thank you to our staff for coordinating to get the boat launch ramp open. I think I just appreciate that, and coordinating from the other districts. It's an issue that's come up a lot here. The other question I wanted to ask Mr. Casey is regarding the Cacique Bridge. And I know I've talked to you, I've talked to Ms. Doubles about it. I just don't think it's acceptable at this point. And I know we don't have any options from what I'm hearing, but we have 2 sidewalks, and I want to find a way that we can open up one of those sidewalks. And if you could explain why we're unable to, I think it'd be helpful. And if you could talk to that before I make comments on it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Friedman. Mr. Colon might be able to talk about the sidewalk issue as well. You know, we have Laura Doubles, who's been in front of you every week since the beginning of the pandemic, talking about the homeless issues. And we've talked about Cacique Street for the last couple of weeks. We sent them back to work with SB Act, our service providers, and county and our environmental services folks and our police department to look at alternative locations. Their analysis is that they didn't feel there was a better location that wouldn't cause equal, if not greater, neighborhood concern and issues. We continue to manage and monitor it on a daily basis. We have daily cleanups. We've got presence from SB Act representatives, from CityNet representatives going out there. We're dealing with it as best we can. This is not an optimum situation. It's not anything I think we're super excited about. But we think it's a humanitarian approach and one that we're trying to manage. We are going to meet with a group of concerned Eastside citizens on Thursday. They reached out to me, and so we set up a meeting to talk to them and take their any input and ideas and see if we can continue to manage the situation in a better way. But we did look carefully about trying to find an alternate location, and quite honestly, we did not come up with what we think would be a better location. I'll let Mr. Colon chime in as well.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Councilmember Friedman, we've been looking at the situation there daily along with the community. And the starting point here is that we were directed by the governor and public health to leave the encampments in place during the COVID crisis. The longer term solution for Cacique is to extend the sit-lie ordinance to protect people's ability to pass under the freeway safely. I'm happy to bring that forward at any time. The council seems to still be working through the street behavior ordinances we brought in October, so I've been hesitant to move that matter forward. And as I said, during the current health crisis, we've been asked not to disrupt those encampments. However challenging that may be from a safety standpoint for our residents who are trying to walk by this situation.
Thank you. I understand that, and I know everyone is trying their best to do this, especially in light of the CDC, Center for Disease Control recommendations. One idea, and I've been talking to people, is maybe a simpler one, because it comes down to there's 2 sidewalks there. They're both being used as encampments. There has to be a way that we could open up one for pedestrian and allow the other one to remain. And one idea is that SB Act or whoever the outreach team is that came to me is worth a shot. And maybe it's been done, but is for them to reach out to some of the homeless individuals who have the contacts and who are responsive, and to reach out to them and see if the homeless themselves would police that and pick a side and stay on that side. Because I know that they're engaged. They want to do what's best for the community. A lot of them do. And this is an opportunity for them to be engaged and for us to engage with them on it. So if there is a way we can open up one side and allow the other side to stay so they have that overhang. But that's what the community is asking now. It's a longer term, what Mr. Cologne mentioned about sit-lie and those. But I just don't see how, with the extent that COVID's going, could be 3, 4 or more months, that you basically don't have a pedestrian access for that whole entire neighborhood to the other side. So if there's a way SBAC can reach out to the homeless and try to get them to pick a side and empower the homeless to do that, or if there's a way we could put barricades up, I don't expect an answer now, but if we could look into that option, I greatly appreciate it.
Hi.
Yeah,
Mayor,
Ms. Devils, why don't you go
Madam
ahead?
Mayor and Councilmember Freeman, I apologize. I'm unable to get my webcam going here. I guess there's too many people on it right now. I just wanted to respond to that, Councilmember Friedman. Right now, the state CDC guidelines are such that we are really not to even move these encampments. So by asking us to even move them to the other side, we're not supposed to do that, because the reason for that is because these people are not required in any way to go to where we say they need to go. And instead, they can disperse and go through neighborhoods and possibly cause more of a spread of this disease. So right now, the state CDC is guiding us to not move them at all. So I've had questions about, can we move them to different vacant lots? That's not what our guidance is advising us to do, because like I said, we cannot, as the city, require that these people go to these specific lots, and instead they may take off and disperse through the community, and that's what the state is trying to avoid for these people to do.
Well, I appreciate that, but for me, there's not one, but there's 2 sidewalks. So I'm just asking if SBAC can reach out to the homeless that are responsive and that do get the word out, to see if the homeless themselves would voluntarily pick a side. We can ask them. I don't know if that's been explored or not, but that seems to be the only option we might have. But I get it, and I'm just concerned about the residents that basically have to either walk in the street now or not at all.
Right.
I know you're doing the best you can, Ms. Doubles, and it's a tough situation for all of us. So I want the public to know you are doing everything you can, but you're limited as well.
Yeah, and I just wanted to respond to that. I definitely will talk to our providers on that suggestion. My only thought there, though, is that, again, you're congregating more people together by moving them into the other side. And the whole idea here is to have people as distant as possible. This is just such a different dynamic with this pandemic and a virus that is infectious. And the state CDC, county public health, all of the guidance we know about. And this is why the state has even redirected all of the funding. The focus is to try to come up with individual units in hotels and motels to try to distance people instead of congregating. And like I said, to put everybody into a congregation like a lot or a congregated shelter is not even being advised now.
Well, I thank you for that, and thank you for looking into any options and continuing to look at them. So I'll go on to my other comments.
Thank you.
First, I want to welcome Mr. Harris, Trial by Fire here. Welcome to your debut, and I appreciate having had some time previous to talk with you about different ideas going forward, and the challenges we have, but also the opportunity we have. And then in terms of just the AUD, I'm going to wait to see where my colleagues are on having a presentation next week. But I think that there was clear direction today, or well, we'll see. I think there was a lot of direction today, and I think from the comments we'll see on the major items that we want to expedite, such as the fixing the missing middle, the upzone for the downtown corridor that we can do, the parking, but also the issue of the expiration of the AUD, because if we expedite them all and then we still have that 1 year expiration, it would basically be meaningless because no one would do anything until they have the certainty that it would come in, be there past the year. So I appreciate Mr. Klon giving us that memo. I think that's an important first step. And then just in general to the mayor's task force, I am in agreement with the steps of having a task force comprised of community individuals. There's always going to be individuals that are left out or can contribute, and there are going to be ways to contribute even if you're not appointed on the task force. The mayor and I had talked about it, and I was supportive of this type of approach. And the reasoning is that we want to be flexible and nimble in reacting so that when there is a slow reopening, a reopening that's going to be slow from the governor and on down, that we have certain immediate actions that we can consider as a council, because this is going to come back to council, the immediate steps they come up with, this council, that are come out of community members that people in the broad public know and they trust, that will come back to council and we can vet it in a public way. And these are short-term solutions to jumpstart our economic activity. Then they would come back with, if I understand it correctly, they would come back after these initial ones, hopefully within a month or within a 2-month period, they would come back with a few more after we've had a time to reassess where we are a couple months in. And then there is going to be a longer longer planning period that's going to be more robust that was just mentioned with the county. And that's one where I think we can really have those longer term discussions. But what we needed to have in place is something where we jumpstart our economy. And that gets into the AUD that we have as well. So I think these are two important steps. Something like this that the mayor's proposing is always good. I think it would be controversial. It would be just because of who's on it and who's not. But I support this type of action, and the mayor and I had discussed it. And I hope that the members, that once the public sees who all they are and they provide that input, there's a lot of great people on there. And I think for us as council, it's important for us to listen to the experts in our community, the business owners, the property owners, the people who run the banks, who have these great ideas, that we can evaluate them collectively as a whole, and we can be quick and nimble, and we have that opportunity. So I just wanted to speak to that and appreciate this going forward and all that staff is doing. And thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Harmon, you are next in line, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I will start by saying that when the opportunity arises, I will strongly and wholeheartedly second Councilmember Jordan's motion to bring back an expedited action plan in connection with the AUD amendments. And I'll explain my thinking on that, but I also want to say, to the extent that some of my colleagues have concerns about moving forward on the AUD, bringing it back next week, to me, gives an opportunity to have a really fulsome conversation about that. And I think if we move forward today with sort of general vague direction, it doesn't really give the opportunity for that full conversation. So that's part of my thinking on that as well. But really what it comes down to is this, and I alluded to this earlier, in the context of a crisis like we find ourselves, certainly it would be ideal if the city were in a financial position to provide fiscal stimulus to businesses. We just had a presentation about how that is so far from the reality that we are experiencing with the budgetary shortfalls. So what can we do given that that's off the table? Well, we can provide a regulatory landscape. We can encourage a regulatory landscape that makes things easier for business owners to move forward. Now, that doesn't mean undermining the character of who we are. I think there's an important distinction to be made. That doesn't mean letting go of everything good about who we are, but it does mean moving forward quickly and efficiently to set the stage, as it were, for people to come in and really try to make innovative changes to be successful as we move forward. So I think that a huge part of setting that stage, and it works to me, in my mind, really in concert with, Mayor, what you're doing with the Economic Task Force, is moving forward on these AUD amendments in a very urgent, expedited way. I will say these are not changes that we came up with today. I mean, we've really been thinking these through since far before November. So I wouldn't want anyone to think that we are acting haphazardly when we expedite these. That's certainly not how I see it. But I do think it's important that we move efficiently. And that doesn't mean, in my view, waiting another 6 months until we have everything sorted out. We can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good right now. That's not the world that we live in. And that's not what I'm hearing from people in my district in particular, as well as business owners and our neighbors across the city. They really want to see us set the stage from a regulatory perspective to get a new recovery in place. That's what people are looking for. So I'm very supportive on the AUD piece, and I really feel strongly that it would be a good use of time and that we can all come together and get it done quickly. I also want to say I would love to see us go even a step further than that and perhaps direct the Planning Commission to specifically look at our ordinances. And I think Oscar, Councilmember Gutierrez, you spoke to this a little bit. Have the Planning Commission look at the ordinances and come back to us with 3 or 5 fixes that we can take tomorrow or next week, the week after, 6 weeks from now, not that will substantively change the city of Santa Barbara, but that we might be able to point to and say, hey, we made this little fix and it's really, maybe it's not going to change your world, but here we are trying to make it a little bit easier for you. And I think that would be such a worthwhile effort and would really work in tandem with the Economic Recovery Task Force that the mayor has set up. I mean, the Planning Commission are experts in this, and this, I think, is what they are. To me, this would be their highest and best use, to really spend time looking at this. And as this group comes back with recommendations, the Planning Commission simultaneously comes back with regulatory recommendations that we can then enact, and these would work together to really set the stage for recovery. So that's something I would love to see. I think that could be an opportunity for them to talk about adaptive reuse. I know that was brought up a number of times. So that's really the direction that I'm going, but for the purposes of this conversation, I will be seconding Councilmember Jordan's motion.
Well, let me ask you, Ms. Harmon, because Ms. Brooke had said that the FAR, the floor area ratio process, would trail only 2 months. Are you supportive of that? And I should just tell Mr. Casey that I'll be asking you if you think Ms. Brooke can be coming back next week, since there looks like there's going to be a motion to that. So where do you stand on FAR trailing 2 months, if that's what it ends up staying? Okay, you're supportive of that.
Yes, I would be supportive of us looking at whatever pieces of the puzzle we can get moving in the immediate or as soon as possible, doing that, understanding that certain other pieces will take maybe 2 more months or whatever the timeline is. I really want us to get moving on the pieces we can move on as quickly as possible.
Okay, and maybe that can be done and addressing Councilmember Snedden's concerns about it lagging. Okay, thanks. Ms. Gutierrez, you had your light on, or you were there first, but now Mr. Gutierrez is kind of bumped up. Did you want to go beforehand?
It's okay. I'll let him go before.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was actually on first, but for some reason I got bumped off. But so when it comes to the business recovery, economic recovery team that you're putting together, was there supposed to be a presentation on that today that went over who was on it and what were their qualifications and what their goals are, or were you just alluding to that today?
I will, if you keep going, I will find out if we have a slide on that with the names and their categories. So, but go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think your idea is great. I think the idea is actually completely necessary. I just think that the public should have more of a say, because a lot of people were not made aware of this, and we're part of this really diverse community, especially when it comes to business, and I feel like we should be tapping into those different demographics and businesses. There's so many organizations in town that that help with the economy, and I just don't want them to feel like they were left out. There's a lot of really influential and powerful people in town that I feel can help us during this time of crisis, and should be considered and at the very least notified about this team that you're planning on putting together to help the situation. Because right now it doesn't seem like there is much input from the community or outreach to them. But I like the idea, obviously.
Okay. So I do have the list here. We don't have a PowerPoint. But so Mr. Gutierrez, we will take commentary, suggestions. Mr. Harris and I are willing to meet with people to absorb their ideas and include it in the discussion of a committee that we're really trying to keep manageable so that we can really get some work done. And like I said, quickly, the County of San Luis Obispo is going to release their recovery plan at the end of this week. So we're really needing to turn it around quick. So I'm hoping that you would support me in going forward with the people that I've chosen in talking to some business leaders and talking with Ms. Johnson and talking with Mr. Harris, that we've come up with these names, and that there would be a robust public participation function. And some of the public speakers said that, of course, we want residents to weigh in, the faith community. Everybody has a stake in the future of our economy.
Sure. No, I'm like I said, I'm totally supportive of it. But yeah, I mean, are you not going to read the names out so they're in the minutes and public record, or how is the public going to know who's on this team?
Okay. So
I
if you're ready.
second that for Oscar. I would want to hear those names as well.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. Stephanie Armstrong with the Santa Barbara Chamber, Miguel Avila with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Claire Briglio with the Economic Development Collaborative, Amy Cooper, who's a downtown business owner, Kathy Janega Dykes, Visit Santa Barbara. Oh, there, it looks like the list is on the screen. Thanks, staff. George Lease, representing the banking community, myself, Kathy Odell, Women's Economic Ventures, Tom Patton, Hospitality Santa Barbara, Leslie Person, she's a business owner and a food agriculture person. She's associated with a small farm. Barrett Reed, he's a developer and property owner, planning commissioner. Dr. Peter Rupert, we sure liked him today. Bob Stout, downtown Santa Barbara. Bob Tuller, commercial real estate and a business owner. He's a real estate broker. Sherry Villanueva, restaurateur, entrepreneur, business owner. A representative from Santa Barbara County, and then our staffers. So Mr. Casey, Mr. Harris, and Ms. Johnson. So a comment on that then, Mr. Gutierrez?
I'd like to see somebody from, I mean, we have Dr. Peter Rupert from our UCSB, but obviously colleges are pretty important to our economy. So I'd like to see at least some other person from another college on there as well.
So higher education?
Yeah, are there any vintners or growers on there? Because they're pretty vital when it comes to providing employment and funding for the local economy.
Okay. Any other comments that you have in general? I took your comments down on this.
Yeah, that's it for now. Thank you, and I'm supportive of the task force and your efforts.
And to the housing issue, do you want the AUD amendment issue to come back next week?
Yes, I'm open for that as well.
And where do you stand on the floor area ratio trailing 2 months behind the rest of the package? Or I guess we could talk about it next week if it's coming back.
I feel like, this is a time where everything should be put on the table and re-examined, because everyone seems to be in unanimous on the mindset that everything's changing and we have to relook at everything, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
So I have two comments. So I'm going to comment on the task force. I do want to say thank you for putting this task force together, but I'm really going to speak very openly. For me, it was very surprising to have to hear about this over a newspaper. And I feel that there's a lot of key business people that should be on this task force. And I understand that you guys are trying to do this rapidly and get something started, especially from the Latino business. And I understand you have Miguel Avila there, but we need to have somebody else. There's also businessmen like the Berryman in town. There's people from the Milpas area that I think should be there. Construction people that own construction companies should be there. I feel that this list is very much one-sided, and we need to have a broader spectrum of opinions. I also want to remind everybody on the council that we got voted in this position because of the people, and we need to be mindful about that. My second comment is on the Cacique Bridge. I live very closely from that bridge. My concern is that safety issue. 2 times this week, a homeless person just walked right in front of the street as I was driving. I had to slam my brakes. I've seen that happen last week and this week a lot more. So I wanted to ask Ms. Double if there's any way that we can write a letter to the state or communicate with somebody from the state office to basically present the situation that we are having in the Cacique Bridge, because it's very unique than other cities, if that's possible.
Ms. Doubles, are you there? She is. Okay.
Hi, Madam Mayor and Council Member Alejandra Gutierrez. Yes, I can actually try to do more conversations with public health and the state to see what we can do about that. Our problem is that right now, that was where an encampment of 10 or more people were at, even prior to us placing a restroom there. That's where they, choose to place their encampments. And I believe that probably also kind of resulted from a lot of the rains that we were having, and the inability to open. The Freedom Warming Centers were not opening because of the pandemic as well. So it's all kind of, resulted in a not so ideal situation. I totally agree. But I know that we are just trying to right now make sure that we are adhering to the state CDC guidance. And I know that that's mostly trying to just make sure that they don't get dispersed, so that there's any kind of spread of we're trying to minimize any kind of potential spread into our community. But I will definitely reach out, see what other communities may be doing with this situation. It is very hard because they've just come down with kind of a overall guidance, and here we are trying to, just do as they say, and working with public health. They're just ensuring that, okay, as far as the public health aspect, this is what we're supposed to do. But I can definitely make it clear that we do have some other issues by having this. I'm not entirely sure what I could, possibly guarantee we could do with that, but at least we can try to see what they suggest.
I'm just really concerned that this is just gonna snowball. I see more homeless out there. I can see people getting into big fights because they're trying to either go through driving or walking, and I don't want to see somebody getting hurt and then we're reacting to the problem. Mm-hmm. So if there's any way that I can support council members, community members, if we need to write letters, make phone calls, whatever we need to do, but the Cacique Bridge is becoming a problem. Thank you. And Ms. Murillo, can you talk on the task force?
You want me to talk about the task force? Well, I can tell you that, I mean, I'm happy to take your suggestions. If I don't want more than 20 and we're up to 16, so I think I can accommodate yours and Mr. Gutierrez's suggestions, but I will remind you all that back at the end of March, Nina Johnson and I, with an outside consultant who volunteered his services, Keith Higby, he was great. We had a big teleconference, and Nina Johnson and I did present to the city council that we had had that meeting, and I think it was, we had dubbed it the mayor's small business task force. So I know that we had announced in a public meeting that I was working to create such a task force and get it off the ground. But, you know, with the pandemic, it's been a crazy last 4 or 5 weeks. So I can appreciate that we all need to have better communication about what we're working on in our own offices. So yeah, I'm happy to include some of your suggestions, and thank you.
So would you and Paul Casey and Nina, would it be okay if I give you 4 suggestions of people to outreach for this task force? And would those 4 recommendations be respected?
I think I would ask you to keep your suggestion to 1 or 2. Miss Nedden's waiting, and she might have a suggestion as well. And if Mr. Gutierrez had given me a category of higher education and vintners, and you were asking for maybe a Milpas street business owner or someone with a construction company, then we're already getting past 20. So, but of course, as I've been saying, Mr. Harris and I are meeting with people individually and giving them time and respect so that we can absorb what their suggestions are. So, and there will be a robust public participation outreach, especially related to this. I really respect your opinion, and thanks so much.
I'll have them directly contact you or Mr. Harris. Thank you.
Please send me names. Thanks. Okay, Ms. Nedden, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just have a few comments at this point too. I know this is an incongruous time to feel hopeful, but I want to go back and sort of highlight the progress that we've made and what was presented today. We wanted structural change in our economic development, and that was a long process of having an outside consultant come in and then to create this position, and then to direct Mr. Casey to fill this position, which he has fulfilled that duty excellently well. And the timing couldn't actually be better for us to have a new economic development position. And I'm very excited about Mr. Harris, and he's an idea person. That's what's coming across. And in the conversation we had when I first met him and what he's brought today to the meeting, we've needed this, and we've needed it before COVID. And this is just the right timing to really structurally differently look at how we do business. I'm hopeful about that. I'm hopeful for what Mr. Harris is bringing, and welcome, Mr. Harris. We've also asked for structural change in community development. And again, having outside consultant come in and really taking this seriously. I think this is a good time to sort of double down on that commitment that this must be the time for structural change in that department. Which I think is happening and is going to happen. I do not expect the AUD to be the top of their list at this moment with what they're trying to accomplish, with what we're trying to accomplish with that department as a whole. I'm really hoping for structural fundamental change in that department. And the process that they're in right now, not even completed, they're in this process right now. It seems to me a little extreme to ask that they come back next week with answers about the AUD. I prioritize the AUD. It's going to be one of the many important pieces in our economic development, revitalization, recovery. Absolutely. One of the most important pieces, not the only piece, and not, I don't think, on a day's notice to say the most important piece to come back next week. And just on a personal note with that, I can just say, like with teaching, we had 1 week's notice between going from in-person teaching and dealing with students to over the weekend going to online. And it is not an easy task to try and complete everything that you're trying to do. What you ordinarily did in 1 hour takes 4 hours, just getting the hang of online and not being able to just meet with a group of people easily. I am astonished about what the staff has been able to accomplish in this time. I commend staff that you're able to have planning commission meetings, HLC meetings, and water commission meetings, and the basic important functions of our city. So I feel very strongly not in support of giving staff an immediate timeline in the middle of all these other structural changes that we're trying to accomplish right now and in the middle of this. So I'm one of the first people who wants to make improvements to the AUD program. It's happening. It's happening on a timeline that is doable, but to expect that staff right now in this transition to online and not being in person can put this at the top of their list. I'm not in favor of reordering their priorities right now when they're working so hard. Although, I want to see those changes coming, and they're going to be a very important part of that whole economic picture. And then just a note to our community and how we're coming together. I mean, I think I want to stay focused on the revitalization and staying well and healthy and really getting in place what we need to be in place so that when we do reopen, that goes smoothly and well. Housing is certainly part of that, but if we're going back to what Dr. Ruppert was saying, really important right now is that businesses have a plan in place for how to promote confidence and have people come back. So I would really like to stay on task with the way that we've set it out, and certainly give support to staff that we still want to see this as soon as possible, but I'm not in favor of putting it at the top of their list. I think the real messages today were about this update on economic development and all of the ideas that can come out of that. And I don't want to be derailed right now into AUD. And I think it's a great suggestion for it to go back to Planning Commission. They wanted more time with it. They didn't want to parse it out in the first place. If this is a good time for it to go to Planning Commission, Councilmember Harmon, I'm very in favor of that. I think they would welcome having more time with it, and that might be a good time. But again, I don't want to direct the timeline of that. The task force, Madam Mayor, needed to happen quickly. Needs to happen right away. And seeing the names that you've come up with really inspires confidence. These are great people to be involved, and I would encourage anybody to reach out to you directly if they feel they're not represented there. We had a few public commenters today, and to them, I would ask them to please reach out to you. Could you specifically, I think you let me know about this before, but there's a representative or someone involved with Coast Village Road, if you could answer.
Leslie Person has a business on Coast Village Road.
Okay, I do want to remind us always that Coast Village Road is an important part of our whole business community with that. But really, I am hopeful. I think you put together a great team. And now that we've seen the names, I think that is very helpful. And another question is, what's the fate of that task force that George Buell was working with that also had some of these same names? Is that still meeting, or have they been absorbed sort of into this task force?
That would be a question for Mr. Casey or for Mr. Buell. Oh, there's Mr. Buell. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Snedden, the Downtown Economic Vitality Working Group, their work has concluded and we no longer meet.
And some of those members are now on the mayor's task force. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
I like to see that, some continuity there, because a lot of good work was happening there. And thank you, Mr. Buell, for that good work. That a lot came out of that. That was very valuable. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Well, Ms. Snedden, what I would say too is that with Mr. Harris now in place, he will be creating, committees and different ways for people to connect with him. And so we'll have to trust that he'll work with everyone.
I'm very supportive of that, a shift in direction. And I think Mr. Buell did a great job with addressing needs that could be handled within community development. But the whole reason we created this economic development position was to address the bigger needs all throughout the business community. So welcome aboard, Mr. Harris. We have high hopes and really support what you're trying to do. And I'll speak for myself that in any way that we can help with added information on our districts or businesses that we're familiar with, or getting in touch with people, it sounds like they're reaching out to you directly, and that's fantastic. But again, I am, even though these are dark times coming ahead and that we're in, I am feeling hopeful that we are getting in place the team that we really need to face this head on. And I'm looking forward to the new ideas and the new ways that we're going to be moving forward with this. And those are my comments. I don't want to rearrange the AUD timeline, would be my final note on that, but thank you.
Okay, and before I go back to the AUD issue, I did want to echo what you were saying, Councilmember Snedden, about Mr. Casey and Mr. Buell and Ms. Brooke and the rest of the Community Development Department responding to the pandemic by putting all of those design review board functions online. And I know that took a lot of work, and I didn't hear one complaint about it. And the mayor's office is complaint central sometimes. So thank you so much, Mr. Casey and Mr. Buell, for doing that. I'm sure it took a lot of work and you had technical challenges, but so that function keeps going. I think I'm in agreement with Ms. Snedden about not wanting to really reopen the AUD, but I'm understanding that Mr. Jordan wants to make a motion. I think we actually have a motion on the floor, and that Ms. Brooke is able to come next week and give us, well, Mr. Casey, what would we call it? An overview or a deeper dive into it than what we got today? What do you say?
Madam Mayor and council members, at the request of a majority of council, we're happy to reschedule something for next Tuesday. I'm not hearing that we want to start over from scratch. What I am hearing is that we could bring back the bullet point directions that we got from the council late in 2019, and then lay out in more detail kind of the schedule, and maybe two different schedules. One is the September schedule that keeps some key components together. And then we're hearing from some of you that you'd really like a more expedited schedule that pulls some of those parts apart. And by giving us this week, we can kind of give you a visual of why the timeline is what it is to some extent, as you have to process these amendments in compliance with state law, have to go to Planning Commission, Ordinance Committee, and then Council. But we can lay that out, and it'll give us a chance to fine tune it even more and see if we can expedite it even more.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Casey. So, Mr. Jordan, what do you think about what Mr. Casey just said?
Mr. Casey appropriately and politely covers those details. And let me just reply. I'm not asking for answers about AUD. That was the exact quote I just heard. I'm asking for answers about the process and alternatives to the process. And I think I'm here exactly for that reason. And that's within my purview, not to just accept an overview if we can't do that without asking for and receiving answers about specific answers about why we can and can't do that, and be given the opportunity to address some of those if we can bring resources. Does that make sense?
It does, and I think we should have a vote on it, because you said let's bring it back next week. Ms. Harmon seconded it. Is there anything else to the motion?
That's good.
Okay. Anything to the Mr. Friedman?
I thank you, Mr. Jordan, because I just want to be sure it's clear in the motion of what we're doing is looking at the timelines and the resources. We're not looking at making any changes to those 24 items, because that's a whole different discussion. It's specifically the timeline process. That's what needs to be agendized, not opening up any of those other ones, because that's a whole different discussion. I just want to be clear on that.
That's correct. I'll repeat what I just said. It's not about the AUD, it's about the process.
Okay, and we'll have some discipline about that. Ms., does everyone understand the motion? And is there anything else to the motion from the city council members who haven't weighed in?
Madam Mayor and Council, if I just might ask for a restatement of the motion. There's been a lot of discussion about it, but if we could have a restatement of it for the minutes.
The motion is to bring back.
Or I can give a hack at it.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Mr.
So there was a motion made about an hour ago. That
Madam Mayor, I think I can help if you would like.
Please.
Okay, I heard Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, asking for a discussion of the AUD timeline next week with an explanation of the delays in the process. And along with that, an understanding of what the council might do to address those delays.
I'm not hearing any objection.
That works for me.
Okay, so that's the motion. If you want to restate it, Ms. Gorman, or however you want to proceed.
Very good. Madam Mayor and council members, that is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon, as described by City Attorney Colon a moment ago.
Harmon. I'm sorry, Harmon.
Yeah, I did not second that motion.
I apologize. Yes, sorry. That is motion by Jordan, seconded by Harmon, Megan Harmon, as described by the city attorney. Okay. Vote going forward. Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Respectfully, no. Thank you.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, so that carried 6-1, if I was counting correctly.
Yes.
And we don't need to take a vote on anything else. I would just reiterate a welcome to Jason Harris, a thank you to Dr. Peter Rupert, a thank you to Ms. Doubles and our community development staff who presented on our housing efforts. We can see that all of these pieces are coming together to improve our economy. I'm grateful to the people who said yes to the Business Recovery Task Force. And I understand that there's a lot of people who want to be part of it, who want to help. There's concern. There's also, a lot of fear about our future. And I'm feeling confident that our group and our effort and our new Mr. Harris, that we'll do a good job looking out for everyone's interests and do our best when we're ready to get our economy back on track. We'll meet the governor's requirements to reopen our economy. That's a must. We're already working on that. And I look forward to the input from my council colleagues and from the public. So we'll go ahead and close that item. That was our coronavirus update for today. I actually feel like I should say that there was a death reported today related to COVID-19 here in Santa Barbara County, and our total is up to 429. So even as we are talking about moving past this and reopening our economy, the infection rate is still climbing. It's climbing slowly. Thank goodness it's not exponential like we feared a month ago. We're doing our best to be ready for when we are able to restart our businesses. So I'll close with that, and we go to our council member committee assignment reports. Ms. Harmon, you're ready with the report?
Oh, I just wanted to close the meeting in honor of someone. Should I save that for later?
Yes, please. Thank you. Ms. Sneddon, council assignment report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We met this week with Water Commission, starting to hear about COVID-19 impacts to water and wastewater rates. They stand to possibly be quite significant. In good news, we're doing well on our consent decree and spills and not having a lot of spills. But more on that, and as we look at what the impacts to rates will be for water and wastewater in the future. Also had a meeting with Kachuma Conservation Release Board, really looking at the budget for next year. That will need to come to council for approval. So it started off as one budget, and then we went through some reiterations and tried to bring it down as much as maybe possible, but that will come to council for your approval of what that budget is. Kachuma Operations Management meeting, continuing with the water quality and sediment management study. New buoys have been deployed and able to take real-time data on algal blooms and different issues with the lake quality, water quality. And they also received funding working on a resiliency plan for disasters and had just added pandemic into that also. So really forethought and getting funding to be planning for those emergencies. And then I know that you'll be mentioning too, and it's probably on all of our hearts, Mickey Flax, and just wanted to share also my extreme respect for Ms. Flax.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, report from you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to actually just use this time to step back one line to that council and staff communications line that's on the agenda that comes before this. I just have a quick comment on something that happened earlier today. It's
go ahead,
I'll
allow it.
It's very disheartening for me to hear comments directed at one particular council member in one particular district, as if that particular council member fails a particular district. I don't speak for anybody else up here, but I believe that everybody that sits up here is working together as a group, supportive of the community at large, are interested in every other district other than their district also, and are supportive of every other council member's efforts in this city. It's at best misguided, maybe at worst disingenuous, to go after one particular council member for something that's happening in that district and blame that particular council member. I firmly want to let people know that I support Alejandra Gutierrez, Councilmember Gutierrez. I'm here to support her any way I can. I'm here to support that district any way I can. And we succeed or fail as a group. It's not about an individual. And I'm amazed that more people don't rise up and talk about this, but I just wanted to get that out on the record. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Well said, Mr. Jordan, and I echo your comments. I participated on the League of Cities Coastal Cities group. We're discussing, in light of the state budget changes, there was going to be significant legislation and possible funding for addressing sea level rise that is probably going to be delayed or will be. So what we can do during this year to continue to collaborate with other jurisdictions and try to work with the Coastal Commission on a lot of issues that are still prevalent and that will come up once we get out of the shelter in place. Also, attended the Chamber of Commerce webinar this morning with Mr. Harris was on there, and it was kind of some of the same information we had today. And then also the League of Cities had a forum just on the statewide economic impacts from COVID, and Mr. Rupert had verified a lot of that information, and the information today was actually more updated because the other one was a few days ago. And then for this week's social distancing playlist, I have Georgia Satellites, Keep Your Hands to Yourself. And I'll also close with my condolences to the Flax family. And my heart goes out to them. And thank you to Mickey Flax for all you have done over the decades to make our community what it is, and the spirit of public service that you have.
Thanks, Mr. Friedman. My report on my activities, I did participate in a Montecito Journal sponsored business-focused webinar, and they are planning a virtual cash mob for Coast Village Road in the Upper Village. And Mr. Harris and I will keep an eye on that, and if it works, we might try it in other areas of the city. I attended the SBCAG meeting, the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments. One thing to report out of there is that COVID-19 has impacted the Clean Air Express. That's one of the functions that SBCAG oversees, is the commuter buses from North County and Ventura County. And the Clean Air Express will experience a revenue loss in the month of April of $20,000. So ridership, daily ridership is down 75%. So we're making adjustments to the contract. And then I have to thank staff, and especially Nina Johnson and our city TV crew, for putting on a bilingual press conference yesterday that looked at COVID-19 impacts to neighborhood safety and crime on our streets, youth violence, homelessness. It was very successful. Liliana Encinas is our interpreter and also a staffer in our fire department. Mr. Casey, am I forgetting anybody? Once you start thanking people individually, I just know it was an incredible effort to put the Spanish language, bilingual rather, press conference together. Mr. Gutierrez?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you for helping put that together. I know that's reserved for extreme circumstances, and you really helped us address those issues. Thanks.
You're welcome, and I'll thank you back. I think TVSB did, the place where you work, your other job, put on a Facebook Live of it. So we did good work yesterday, and I'm congratulating everybody. So Ms. Harmon, did you want to say a few words about Mickey Flax? It sounded like you wanted to make some remarks. I was trying to put down how I described her as a civil rights activist. She was a county housing commissioner, a tenants' rights advocate, and affordable housing advocate. But please go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Oh, thank you. I think you have a much longer history with Ms. Flax than I do, but I just wanted to say, gosh, what a force of a woman she was, and hugely, hugely personally influential for me. I actually got my start in policy working with Mickey at the County Housing Authority, and she has been such an important mentor to me, and really helped me to think about how some of these concepts apply to the city. And I just know that her influence on me and the way that I think about these issues and the way that I think about the problems facing working folks, that she'll be with me for the rest of my life. And I really is such a sad, sad day, but also such a beautiful life to be celebrated. And I just want to extend my sincerest condolences, and holding the Flax family and Mickey in the light.
So we'll close our meeting in honor of Mickey Flax, the person who died today in Santa Barbara County of COVID-19, and all the people who have perished in the pandemic. Meeting adjourned.